industry is facing. Can we empower the industry to take it to a higher level? That is the focus of this entire conference. From TRL level 4, which is prototype development, after patenting and prototype development, the next step is scaling up your biomedical device and testing it. And according to the new policy, the industry which is actually going to sell the product has to join in testing the product. And that is something that most people don't know of. So that's the second step. So what are the funding opportunities at that point of time? How do we take it further? That is the second aspect of it. And that's where the industries are very hesitant to take a raw product at a prototype level, unless you already have some kind of, already have some kind of background with that particular company. So that's the second area which we will focus upon. The third area that we focus upon is your animal testing and physico-chemical and biological testing. Now that is one area where there are not enough test centers in the country. So even if if the industry combines with you to take it to that level, you don't know where to do the testing in an accredited lab so that this can be acceptable, your product can be acceptable. That's the third. The fourth point is when the entire testing has been completed, you have the funding, you've got the testing done, then the fourth point comes is the industry has to take it further with required permissions. The first permission is Indian Council for Medical Research has to give you permission to do a human testing, a unicentric trial and a multicentric trial. And many doctors who may be a part of this group may not be wanting to test new devices on their own patients. That's another big valley of death where products fail. So the doctors don't want those products. They are already very used to having their own products. That's the third point. And the other important point is the CDSCO, which looks at all your data. How do you calculate the data? Looks at all the data and then gives you permission to commercialize the product and use it for common patients. And then once the product is commercialized, which is at TRL level 8 and 9, the next step is how do you make design iterations in your product and how to make sure that the product that you have given to the public ensures safety for the patients. So this is the entire life cycle of a product, and at each stage there has to be funding involved, and we need to take the entire discussion. Now it's not like a question and answer session or something where we are speaking and you are listening. This is going to be a discussion where each one of you will be expected to give your input into how this whole thing will be taken through. And I'm grateful to Professor Suri and to the engineering college here for this for hosting us and for giving us this opportunity to meet each other. Then there's another very important point. The list that we make here, all the addresses that we would like you to continuously interact with each other. This is just the beginning. You know each other now. You know the industry, you know the doctors who are interested in this, you know the scientists, you know the engineers from various parts of your zone. And it would be very nice if all of you could get together and take it further. So I think we need it because the last point I want to mention is the need. Apart from this Atmanirbhar Bharat, which is, you will be shocked to know that in the last 3 years, there's been a 40% increase in the imports for biomedical technology products. And we actually need to, the army has risen up to the occasion and made sure that in defense, we are becoming more and more self-reliant. But in the field of medicine, we have a long way to go. And this is one step and one endeavor to actually bridge this gap. Thank you very much.
Now I would request Professor Amitabh Bandyopadhyay ji from IIT Kanpur to make one presentation on first draft of Medtech Mission and learnings from IIT Kanpur.
Sir, please. No, sir. Actually, you are sharing your screen actually. Yes, sir, let me check it. Actually, it is showing. Want to be displayed on the online as well. So please,
Uh, can you hear me in the back? Okay. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Suri, DST Tech, Professor Sharma, Devinder ji, and the entire Punjab University ecosystem that helped arrange this meeting here today. And of course, Department of Science and Technology, my friend, colleague, Professor Sanjay Bihari, and all colleagues from the academia present here and friends from the industry. As Professor Bihari stated, that the purpose of today's meeting is to give you input of what DST is thinking, but much more important is to get input from you on how to modify the thought process, if at all. There are slides, I will go through it, but before that, this mission is not another incubation program. The experience is that I have been in the ecosystem for last 10 years in various capacities. I used to be heading the incubator of IIT Kanpur when I left in August 2024. It had some 200 plus startups, 40 plus medtech startups. But the fact is that many avenues of funding are available today for making prototypes, from DST Nidhi Prayas, from DSIR, BIG program from BIRAC, and many other programs. But if you look deep into it, very few of the prototypes are actually becoming products and coming to the market. And someone famously said that our startup ecosystem is now the graveyard of prototypes. So the idea is to push the system from TRL 4 onward. There are many aspects to it, this one program will not be able to fulfill all of it. Idea is that this program will work in tandem with other government departments and their programs. I will elaborate. I just request all colleagues and friends to focus on one aspect, like that if you wanted to get benefit of establishment of DST Medtech Mission, what are the impediments that you foresee you might face? Is the mission proposal taking that into account? If not, we must take that into account. So therefore, I would request that let us keep the discussion very focused, because we cannot really solve the whole problem of science and technology system. We can only make one program that will be very good. Okay, so with that premise, let me get started. Credit where it is due. This presentation that I will be making is made by undergraduate students of IIT Kanpur. This is called, they have a student group called IIT Kanpur Consultancy Group. They're very good. So they have done all the research. I, of course, give them some broad outline, and they have made it. So, you know, like as the numbers say, that $612 billion is what is the global medtech industry today. And India's share is just $11 billion. As Professor Behari mentioned, that massive number of amount of medical devices are imported in the country every year. And what is more interesting is over there that the Indian manufacturers, their annual turnover is around $1.5 million average. There are some large companies. What it means is that Indian manufacturers are primarily producing low-end devices, and all the high-end devices are being imported. But because of my guess is that because of the COVID crisis and the ground realities that we faced collectively, that we cannot depend on other countries to take care of the health of our people. So there have been a flurry of government initiatives, starting with the promotion of medical device parks, creating a marketplace through health and wellness centers as part of the Ayushman Bharat program, the National Medical Devices Promotions Council. What is not listed here is that medical devices were originally not under the PIL scheme. Now it is part of the PIL scheme. Every other government department is giving out money to startups that are focused on medical devices. So there is a concerted effort in promoting this segment. If you look at little broader, you see that conception and creation of Medtech Mitra has happened, which is really playing a role there. I do attend some of those meetings. There are other schemes from ICMR where it is trying to address the other pain points, like promoting animal testing, promoting clinical trial of medical devices on an expedited basis. So there is a concerted effort of the government to really push this sector forward and create very good medical devices manufacturing ecosystem in the country. So if you look at it, Indian medical device ecosystem suffers from a variety of ills as opposed to some of the other countries. Of course, now we are heading towards a universal healthcare system, like Ayushman Bharat is a step in the right direction. And public-private partnership in medtech exists, like it is getting started, but much less than what happens. Um, a key aspect that I would like you to focus on is field specialization promoted in world-class institutes. Um, so far, we do not have that kind of specialization places, and the venture capital ecosystem does not exist. Like, I do not think you know of any VC that has invested in a medical device company, at least in the early stage. Uh, in matured companies, yes, I know a couple of examples. Now, the problem with this industry is that by definition, from concept to product is slow because of the stringent regulatory requirement, and nobody can wish to have those regulatory requirements removed because we are talking about patients' lives here. But like these are the steps that we must follow. But what happens quite often is that I have experienced it firsthand. Please share with me if you have other kind of experience. That a very high quality prototype is developed with government funding, institutional support, and then what happens is that it enters the regulatory phase, which is uncertain. It can be 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Nobody knows. The more sophisticated the device, more time taking it is. And this is the phase where the startup has no source of money. Nobody will fund the startup because they are waiting to get the regulatory hurdles cleared. And as a result, eventually the startup runs out of steam and folds, and with them, the innovation that was created is gone. And this happens way too many times. And this is one of the pain points this mission is trying to address. One of the things that causes to this delay is that there are very few centers where you can get your certifications done. There are only 17 centers in the whole country. And there are a whole lot of more centers where you can get fake certificates. Okay, and that is quite detrimental. I can give you like I have written a book on the ventilator project that I shepherded during the COVID time, and there is an entire chapter on fake certifications there. So I do know a few things about it. So therefore, to get market ready, clinically validated medtech product, it takes often 7+ years time, and it is longer than many of the, forget about software startups, even for consumer tech startups, it is 60% longer. And on one hand, we do not have patient capital to support the startups through that phase. And on the other hand, so government is certainly working on making patient capital available. And this initiative will try to contribute to reduce this period from 7+ years to possibly 3+ years. And that's why we need your collective input. So these are some of the country specific challenges, that there are investor knowledge gaps. Today, every device that anybody plans has an IoT component, and we proudly say no IoT compatible device. But with IoT compatibility comes data security concerns. Many of the devices, many of the startups, they are not aware of it, and they are not equipped to handle that. Supply chain reliability is another huge problem. I can cite example where the ventilator company that I helped during the second wave of COVID. Suddenly there was a surge in demand. Earlier they supplied, 200 ventilators over a period of 5 months. And during the second wave, suddenly they were required to supply 100 ventilators a day. So they needed components because these were mostly imported. One of the countries that is supposedly friendly stopped the shipment at their own airport. It is not because of payment or because of any regulatory issues. It is just that they felt like doing it. Okay. So supply chain is a real problem. And I should say that we should also look at developing components in-house. Like we can look at it kind of the way the automobile industry is today. We not only make the cars, we also make their components, and that's why the ecosystem is so robust and sustainable. So eventually we'll have to go there as well. So this is the proposition. The slides prints are too small, so I will try to explain to you what we are trying to do, what we are proposing. So we are proposing to tackle two issues in two different manners. One is that prototypes that are already developed, how to expedite their coming to the market. We have had meetings with the industry association, and we have some personal experiences as well. Even to test a medical device in a clinical setting, that is much before getting the marketing license. The device must be produced in a certified facility. The reason is obvious, because if the device makes contact with the patient, even if it is just a thermometer, if it makes contact with the patient, the material must not be harmful. It must not leach anything. So who will ensure that the product developed by any company, whether it is a startup or an existing company, that it follows that compliance? So for existing company, there are strict norms, inspection regime, etc. For a startup or even for an incubator, you do not have that facility. And I know so many startups that they have their prototype ready, but cannot send it to the clinic for testing just because there is no such certified facility where it can be produced as a finishing product. So one idea is to create a pilot facility. A pilot facility is, depending on what product we are talking about, anywhere between 15, 20 pieces to, hundreds of pieces, which will be produced following strict regulatory norms, so that the product can be sent for clinical testing. As Professor Bihari said, that this will not be the final test result that will be accepted by CDSCO. CDSCO will allow you to take it to the hospital for testing. Eventually, when it will be produced for the market, this has to be tested again, because then the premises of manufacturing will change. However, we are not putting the cart before the horse, because if we say that no, the testing ready production facility should be in the industry where it will actually be produced, then we are back to square one, exactly where we are today. That startups are getting their prototypes, but they cannot find an industry partner who will actually produce it for them, unless they are willing to sell the product to the industry, okay? Which is not desirable for most startups. So this will only facilitate certification of the product and not necessarily marketing license. Okay? What we need to think through is that DST will be supporting setting up the pilot facility. And what we have learned from the industry is that the pilot facility infrastructure can be fairly generic and it will still be able to cater to a large variety of product development. But what we will need to think about is the sustainability of this facility, because DST cannot keep on funding it forever. So the question from the friends, from friends in the industry is that, do you foresee at all industry using this facility for payment? Question is for the startups and the incubators, because every incubator has a stake in a startup. Will the incubator be willing to spend some money to get the products made in the facility? What will be the expectation from startups? From academia, of course, academics, like I am part of it, I'll apply for a grant perhaps. So that is one part of the mission that we are talking about. The other part is what we mentioned earlier, that there are no domain specific institutions. If we want to get into next generation of medical devices, now mostly, point of care diagnostic devices and little low end devices are being made. But devices that are steeped in strong R&D, I see here on one corner, ex-student of IIT Kanpur, Sunita is sitting here. We were at IIT Kanpur, we were trying to make an artificial heart. She was part of the team. There are many challenges there to go into this kind of deep tech development. Can we create centers of excellence for each of these? So we have, in discussion with the industry, we have come up with some areas for which we can create these centers of excellence. The idea is really like this, that these centers of excellence will be housed in an institute or the other, but the accessibility must be guaranteed by design to anybody. Any good idea must have access to these centers of excellence for his or her or their product development. And that's where we will need input, how to make sure that accessibility is guaranteed. So the way it will be done is that whether it is for access to the Center of Excellence or access to the pilot facility, letters of intent or interest statement should come to a committee, and then it will be evaluated rigorously, both from the technical content as well as from the business perspective. So that's the reason why this committee should will have representation both from clinicians as well as from engineers and from business people. Because the current pipeline is very large. No matter what resources DST puts in, it will not be able to cater to every need, and it should not be catered to. Only the ones that are most promising, and both financially and technologically, those should be taken up. And the process has been proposed for that, and it in the write-up that was shared as well. So we also propose a virtual center. This virtual center will be the hub of several things. One, clinical expertise. Like there will be a large number of clinicians that will be part of the virtual center, depending on which product proposal we are discussing on a given day. those clinicians will be co-opted. This will have the expertise in financial management, resource allocation, regulatory uh, expertise, and all of that. And much more importantly, as we stated, that the physical centers will have the pilot facility, which so far we have not received any counter feedback so far, is going to be more or less similar kind, because it will still be able to cater to large number of devices. But the centers of excellence will be in defined areas. Now you can easily think of devices where there is a manufacturing component, there is a polymer component, there is an electronics component, and it is possible that the manufacturing center of excellence is in Institute A, the polymer center of excellence is in Institute B, and electronic center of excellence is in Institute C. The virtual center, of course, will be knowledgeable about it and should be able to distribute the same device development into these three centers, which will act in parallel and bring the device together for pilot scale production and taking it to the hospital. That is what we are thinking, because if we try to develop every expertise in every center, one, it will be very expensive, and two, it will be time taking. On the other hand, if we start from the position of strength, some of the institutions already have certain strengths, we build on that and cooperate and collaborate, perhaps it will be much faster. Of course, there will have to be issues of IP, financial incentive for each of the institutions and stakeholders that we will have to look into very carefully, and any input on that will be highly welcome. So we did modify the slide after getting some feedback from the first stakeholder meeting, and some of the feedback that we received is now part of the proposal, and we are hoping that today we will receive many more feedbacks. These are only suggestive questions. Please feel free to bring any other point to the table. I request on behalf of DST, please help us in making this mission very different by design, so that it is egalitarian in its approach and supports excellence. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Amitabh. Now I would request Dr. Anita Agrawal ji to deliver the welcome address. She is deliberations. So now the house is open for deliberations by stakeholders, perspectives and views of engineers, technologists, and industrialists. So first of all, let us have the views of engineers and technologists. Shall we start from IIT Ropar? IIT Ropar, yeah. Can you please share your views? You have the mic there. Mic is there. Yeah. Dr. Neha? Uh,
long-standing part of the basically to answer your question, what is the project's funding, very big funding and stay with that. By and the fourth is how to get license for the company. Stay on for all lives space and the education of lawyer. You are not finally started now the just want to add, so the things are covered in the center like that. But the thing that was in the centers where we are trying to take less facility, whether that here can be done for the but we are trying to speak facility. Testing can be done in one location. Just want to build a segment. Testing is the build other than the that kind of location for coming forward. Let's take it or setting the programming center, both of these two which are very good for the level, but to be and they have the prototype. Tell you what the product is here in the mix. Here one thing. There is lot of process. What other okay. Giving his own board, one state, and it will be when only we will right? Institute has to come up with their own. This is already there. Within of the proposals also, right? It's already there. That's the purpose. All the programs of FDR just structured around that. Other specific extent by the so that is the period also. But
Whatever interest by the government, it should be occupied. That is the whole idea. So that's what
environment. But the problem after that, where to go? So as Professor Bandyopadhyay has pointed out, the virtual center concept is very, very good that can connect us to make our device for different kinds of regulatories and other kinds of translation or to improving this TRL value. Also, when we talk about the facility, so like Pitts Pilani is having good facility in terms of clean room, fabrications and other things. But when we go to the market and the approval for granting the permission, that this is very valid point Professor has, that they ask accredited facility that should be utilized to manufacture or to enhance the PRL value. So in that case, I think we need hand holding out our facility. That is one point. Those products are in the well situation. So because when we approach to the industry, so in India, the typical culture of industries, they hesitate in funding directly. So at least next level of funding, if it is quite good in terms or connect with the good industries, those who can take this technology transfer should be more friendly. And we need some support in this direction.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Prashant Jindal, Associate Professor in the Mechanical Engineering Department. And I'm also leading the Design Innovation Center at Punjab University in the medical devices domain. So we have developed a few medical devices, got its patents, done a lot of trials in the hospitals, and the surgeons are using the devices under the ethics approval system. Now, is this testing sufficient or still we require some approval from an agency? And what should be the time frame? I mean, if supposedly we send the device to your testing agency, what sort of time frame you will take for the complete testing to take place? Because as such, this environment is also good enough. A surgeon is using on live patient, that is OPD. So will this testing facility be beyond this? That's one of the questions.
Quality, longevity of by that, five feet.
Yeah. Supposedly, it's not an in vivo thing. It's like just like you gave the example of a thermometer. It's like a device for measurement. And my point is, will the testing apart from the design and safety, from the trial aspect, because since it is being used by a surgeon on a patient, so already a lot of things are done. So will the testing facility do anything different in terms of trial on the patient?
Does it involve? Does the plastic and the plastic the lighter films? What it is? What it is? Third is biological tests. Biological tests, like does it want analysis? Cells get nice. Small animals, large animals. How the food classified? The which are not the right of the movie. Here, last three devices are of the time. Very how food. Then there is a classical device. Seem to be something that we can sometime and take up. Class D devices are both they're implanted in the heart valves. They take out. When once right way, then it will go right way and start to do later to put that will be why it's very what are the product here I am the value of here for ICMR from all worries. ICMR. Yes. Why necessary I tell you?
If we had spoken to ICMR and we will
Some of the suggestion is with whatever agenda we have, we do see applied biomaterial as a focus area, but many of these are nanomaterials are being used. So can we include applied bio and nanomaterial? So that also covers a larger area of medical devices. So that is one suggestion. Other thing is, can we have centralized animal testing or clinical trial centers? Because what happens in these labs at IITs, many medical devices are being made, a prototype is developed, they publish, and now who will take it to clinical trials, right? So can we have a centralized agency which can actually take care of animal testing and clinical trials in collaboration with the scientists who are developing it? And the third is because there's no manufacturing scale up, so we do not know what will be the final price of this product when it will come up to the market. So whether it is worth doing clinical trial or not. If it is very expensive, so I will better not do a clinical trial for that. So can we have a manufacturing scale-up facility which can tell us that, okay, if this is the product and if you want to do a mass manufacturing, you can probably bring it down to this cost. So you can take a decision whether to go ahead with this or not. Inclusion of nano.
Device now annual. Have to make sure the annual lives for at least 6 months. That's not easy. That means that they have people round the clock. You don't want to install your device in them. 10, 15 animals together. What you need to do is you just put it one animal, make sure that animal is fine. Then you have round the clock going. So then you have one test done. Second animal that doesn't. Supposing have 6 animals. It's 6 large animals, say sheep, and you're testing not well on 6 sheep, and out of 6, 3 die of some neglect. Then your device has failed forever. And so you're just very careful when you're this small and large animal testing that from the extraneous factors which are causing. So it's like very effort intensive. Only good for animal once you are actually sure of all the other testings. That's what we.
It's like whether this I will work first. Have been developed. There will be a screening mechanism for selection of prototypes, so which will be taken to the next level. So definitely there can be intelligence will be there regarding the viability of the product and whether it is worth pursuing taking it to clinical trials or not.
There is one point to it. When 5, like for example, left ventricular device, I mean, it's been translated Chitra long ago. When 5 people are making it, ISRO is also making it, Atomic Research Center. When 5 people make it, then obviously, there is competition and each one learns from each other. And so therefore, it's not like you can just say, no, this is bad. You can give suggestions, but you can't really say that, no, this should not be taken in by one person or the other. And that is also an important aspect.
No, sir, it's not that if 4 people are working on the same device. So there may be 10 different devices. So the centers will be selecting which one to be pursued on track. next cycle is will be
That
depending upon various parameters, it will be different.
Shall we have someone from IIT Mandi?
Hello. So I am Shubhajit Chaudhary from IIT Mandi. So I work in the area of non-invasive diagnostic systems for the point of care testing of patients, primarily for neurological applications. So one of the problems which I find with respect to prototyping, prototype, of course, we end up developing prototypes, but the bigger problem that we face is with respect to animal testing and clinical trials with the prototype. We, of course, have CSIR labs and other institutes, the ecosystem that supports us in terms of animal trials or clinical trials, whatever. But my concern is that the bureaucratic process which we need to follow, both at IIT Mandi level and the other institute level, it is so lengthy and so big that it takes a couple of months to more than a year to ultimately get access to the animal trials or clinical trial facilities. Given that DST has taken up this mission plan to develop Medtech devices, I would request the experts to kindly expedite, if it is possible, to minimize this bureaucracy and facilitate this kind of animal trials and clinical trials, human trials particularly, so that we can actually end up effectively releasing the prototypes quite early in the market.
One question I have, when you are getting them tested, are you doing it with the industry or you're doing it without them?
Of course, for my case, I did it with IHBT Palampur, which is the CSIR lab at Palampur in Himachal Pradesh.
This is a big problem now, because unless it is at the prototype level or slightly meaning from TRL level 4 to 7, if the industry doesn't come in, whatever tests you have done are have to be repeated again by the industry. That's a big problem. So please, just a word of caution when you are taking it up. There will be 3 ways in which the industry can actually get involved. One of them can be, this could be, they could buy the prototype and then get it tested, and you can join in. The second way is that it's a co-shared project where industry gives some money and your institute gives some money. And the third is the industry can give you reasons why you need to develop one part of some particular product. So that way, it will be industry-driven thing. But in all the 3, the testing has to be done in conjunction with the industry, which is going to upscale your product and also take it to the market. If you don't do that, then the entire thing has to be repeated again.
Thank you, sir. So currently we are going with the second approach that you have mentioned for our imprint projects, which we have done with the support of the MOE and ICMR. So here, of course, we have developed our prototype, and that prototype was also demoed at the R&D fair at IIT Delhi in 2022. Now the industry is actively contributing and actively participating in terms of commercializing the prototype. But again, they are also reporting that they are facing a lot of hindrances with respect to getting human subjects for testing the prototype. So this is where actually I really need the support of the authorities to really ensure that the ecosystem is rightly set up so that we end up getting a good cohort of subjects satisfying the inclusion-exclusion criteria, and we can test the human subjects under proper conditions and come up with a foolproof version of the prototype.
Yeah, but just to answer the subject, see, the problem is either I am testing on my own patients or I am taking my friend's patients.
No, of course we are not doing that.
SEMA will allocate centers after they have seen it. That's the present norm, right? Can't do it yourself.
Just because I am associated with many ICMR committees, I would suggest that you directly contact. If you go to ICMR website, they have an MDMS secretariat. MDMS secretariat. The preliminary inquiry can be sent to them, and any colleague present in this room, feel free to copy me on it so that I can, follow up. They have a variety of programs through which this can be facilitated. It is really not DST stuff, and because ICMR have, like, just to give you a very brief idea, ICMR has already done what we are proposing. They have given money to certain hospitals, many very large and famous hospitals, to do it on behalf of innovators. So innovators do not get any money. They simply hand over the product in an acceptable state and form, and ICMR hands it to the hospital, and hospital gets the money to conduct the testing. Or if it is a animal testing, then Suchitra gets the money. So that is thing. Another thing is, please look at Medtech Mitra. Medtech Mitra, just search it, you will get the contact input. Contact them, they meet quite regularly. ICMR has, for industry friends, ICMR has another program called Intent, INTENT. Intent is for considering heavily subsidized to pre-clinical trial or clinical testing, as the case may be. We have a committee that decides whether, one, the product deserves a clinical testing, because we have to understand that these are expensive propositions. So every product cannot go through it with our current state of financial availability, and whether subsidy should be accorded to the applicant. So these are two aspects that Intent looks at. So one can approach. Professor Akshay from IIT Roorkee.
One more thing I will suggest, please talk to Dr. Dinesh. He is from IIT Delhi, and he is running this Pragati Center, which is supported by ICMR. He will be able to help you out in many of such things.
Good morning, everyone. I hope I am audible. Good morning, everyone. I am Akshay Dwivedi from IIT Roorkee. I am Dean of Sponsored Research at IIT Roorkee and a professor in Mechanical and Industrial Engineering. I am also associated with sort of medical devices because many of my own developments are actually in use. Some of them are in the stage of tech transfer. Ma'am, I am talking on the perspectives of how an academic institute and academic researcher thinks about these particular things. First and foremost, many congratulations to DST for organizing this particular workshop. Amalgamation of clinicians, academicians, and industry is something which is needed. And I don't have any question, but I have few submissions which may add value to this particular workshop. First and foremost is, sir, Medtech requires standards. Yes, there is ISO 13485, but again, in India, BS 23485 is something which is also very relevant. BIS has been quite active in pushing standards to academia as well as research organizations. I suggest maybe DST can do some sort of a partnership with them. So as soon as a particular project is identified under Medtech Mission, straight away the standard what are needed, how to implement it, all those particular laboratory practices, they can come into picture. Another submission is, sir, NRDC is doing some wonderful job in commercialization of technologies. Maybe DST can also think about considering taking NRDC in this particular loop. One of the most important requirement is none of the researchers have this particular understanding of how to develop a complete medtech if he or she has not gone through that particular experience. I'm having so many portals and so many missions and so many websites and so many other different bodies may really do not add value. What is needed is Medtech Mission. Fine, it is a complicated thing, and we know that we will be coming out with some very good results. What is really needed is small sort of a handbook, maybe on a dashboard kind of a thing, somewhere on a website. Okay, you just approach it. This is your particular query. Maybe there is an AI kind of a chatbot enabled on it, which tells, okay, this is the way how you have to proceed. My next input is with respect to the CEOs, sorry, Center of Excellences that we are talking about, which is basically a CEO-led thing. In India, it is rare that industry-led research has happened. And this is a fact, and as an academician as well as an academic researcher, I do understand this particular thing. Ma'am, it is a humble request to consider when the organization structure of the Center of Excellence comes in, that particular structure should have an industry board at top, which basically is made up by some of big industries in this particular domain. And I hope many of them would be able to provide some sort of a capex funding for this particular COE. Sorry, that would be a good answer for the first question, which is there on the slide right now. These particular industry board members would be able to identify what is that particular specific research that has to happen in medtech direction. And once that particular thing comes, the institute, along with the adjoining institutes, they will automatically be focused to take those particular problems. And since it is going to be industry led, it is possible that conversion of those TRLs to MRL can really happen. We have been doing this kind of a work, and ma'am, I'm very proud to say in last 15 months, we have transferred 20 technologies to industry. And it is a big number considering academic scenario of India. Yes, we are moving things, but we don't want to be something which is again a silo. We again have to go deep down. We have to convert those particular minimum things. Ma'am, I'm happy to say 20 transfers, but my faculty pool is 660 faculties. Each one should develop at least one. So I'm far behind. And this should be taken care of. A few more things, ma'am, which is very important is Indian Patent Office has been wonderful in converting patent filing to patent granting. Some patents have been granted in record 3.5 months now. They have been extraordinary. What happens, ma'am, when a researcher actually enters into this particular domain, developing a particular technology, which is taking 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, the focus dies down. And I'm sure startups will be having too much of problem with this kind of delay happens. One of the most important requirements for Medtech Mission is to keep a track of time that, okay, if something has been initiated, what happens to that particular thing in, let's say, 1 year period. Even if it is of any class, A, B, C, D, whatever, that particular time frame is something which is very important. And a continuous push is needed from somewhere top down. Ma'am, this entire mission has been made in a centralized but decentralized manner. So somewhere there is DST, which is clubbing everything. But when the center of excellences come, academic institutes come, they basically play that particular role of decentralization. And the most important requirement is, ma'am, we have to strengthen our iSTEM portal. IIT Roorkee has got close to 800 plus equipments on iSTEM portal. But I am very sure if our colleagues really work on that particular regard, the number can be more than 2,000. And this implies any researcher in India can get access to those particular things. Maybe certain kind of collaboration with Office of PSA is something which is going to add value. They have been pushing this iSTEM. In fact, some 15 days back, there has been a very big meeting by Secretary, Ministry of Education, who pushed this particular iSTEM. And iSTEM is going to be an important integrator in availability of technical equipments for medtech space. These are few important points, sir. Ma'am, last one. Though my colleagues have mentioned a lot about requirement of space and buildings, as an administrator at IIT Roorkee, I do understand this is a problem. Space is a luxury for us. Having some space will really add value. But ma'am, one of the most important thing is we are very good in 3D printing, additive manufacturing, but precision manufacturing in metals is something we are not very good. And this I can see even on part where when a medical practitioner comes to us and they want a specific material to be shaped in a particular way, and we cannot do that particular thing because, yeah, that requires a different kind of a mindset. One last point is we are working very closely with Armed Force Medical Service and we are developing a lot of technology for them. artificial intelligence and the machine learning is something which they really want. Maybe majority of the doctors have seen teleseries like Dr. House or Grey's Anatomy, and they see that, okay, everything is coming on that particular OT table in a virtual atmosphere. Converting that particular thing is something which is, yes, a real need. So wherever some manufacturing happens, it has to be clubbed with conversion of those particular things with AI part. That's all. Thank you very much.
Very relevant suggestion. Please, if possible, please submit it in writing. You have my email ID. And we are trying to cover most of these suggestions in our presentation.
One off the cuff thing, do you think a centralized system where for the pilot facility, when the job order gets in and when the job order gets out, that is publicly visible. Similarly, for the COE, any project when it gets started and when it gets like hits milestone, all publicly available. Do you think that will solve the purpose to some extent?
Sir, monitoring is something which is sometimes really needed. And monitoring implies there are milestones which have to be fulfilled. And yes, somebody is actually working on it. सर ये उस तरह की बात है जो हमारे एग्जाम होते हैं हम रात को 11 बजे पढ़ते हैं कल सुबह एग्जाम देना है हाँ कोई बार बार बताते रहे ना ओके दिस इज द टाइमलाइन ऑन व्हिच यू हैव टू वर्क सो टीम्स गेट मोटिवेटेड दे नो दैट देयर इज अ टाइमलाइन ऑन व्हिच दे हैव टू वर्क एंड दैट रियली हेल्प्स
I fully agree on.
Dr. Sanjay Singh or Dr. Satyam from Siri Plan. Anyone?
Morning to all. This is Sanjay Singh from CSI Sri Pilani. I am principal scientist and heading AI technologies and imaging technologies. Hello. Yeah. So a couple of inputs for this. So in two parts, as mentioned by Professor Bihari, that while working with industry and developing any medical devices, so involvement of industry is very important. So recently, in last 2 years, we have transferred 3 to 4 technologies to industry in the domain of imaging technology. So from day one, we have involved the industry, and the good part was that they have helped us in getting all the accreditations and certifications and ABL accreditation. And now these devices are available in AIMS, Delhi, Safdarjung, all hospitals, Kolkos for cervical cancer. So that is certainly we should go back, involve the industry from the day one to define the specs and testing and all these things. And the second part, like if I have the POC, after discussing with industry and proved everything, so the second question comes how to scale it up. So for scaling it up, as mentioned by Professor Bandyopadhyay, that we should have this decentralized, like institute-specific some facilities. So in CSIRC, we have this automated PCB assembling or this electronics assembling facility, which can give 27,000 components in an hour. That kind of assembly setup we have. So what helped the industry to like take it this in the pilot scale is now they are paying for this individual board on some like subsidized rates because we are not earning the money being a government organization, and they are placing the order. We are assembling the components, providing them the electronic component, PCB, hardware, everything on a board. Then they are taking it to testing and all this scale, and then selling into the market. So roughly like 400 to 500 devices like every month they are getting out from this facility. So I think that will certainly help the industry to like scale it up. Yeah, and along with this, we also have, as rightly mentioned by Professor Bihari, that testing is important, like any electronic component. So what is the environmental testing, how it will behave, so vibration testing. So we have this enable accredited testing, environmental testing, intrinsic testing, basically into this electronic space. And now we are going for this BIS standard testing facility. So I think these two things we must take in. Thank you.
Point, I mean, from the ICMR side, experts also for the ICMR side. Now there's another meeting on the 7th. The problem is all these things require a lot of money. And for an institution to give money for every device to be tested and taken to commercialization is not practically possible. So therefore, we need, after a little bit of prototype development and some startup, ecosystem developing,
we have to have other people come in who are actually players in the time. It's impossible. A hearing aid, for example, there's a proposal for DRDO, which is close to 20-30 crores for the testing and for the entire thing. And that was basically because the insurance for the patients is a huge amount of money. These are some points. Thank you.
May I add something? PIS has recently taken a call to fund laboratories which can be used for accreditation or standardization. So if, let's say, DST merges with that, there is ample funding available from them. The capex part can be slightly taken care of.
Thank you.
Dr. Nilesh or Dr. Dinesh from CSIU.
नमस्कार, मेरा नाम नीलेश कुमार है। मैं CSIU में वैज्ञानिक और बायोमेडिकल के डोमेन में था। लोग हैं, पहले संजय हैं, IIT रुड़की से जो प्रोफेसर हैं। मुझे लगता है इस सारे जो हम सेंटर प्रपोज कर रहे हैं, जो भी हमारा एक कैसे कमर्शलाइजेशन और डेवलपमेंट ऑफ मेडिकल डिवाइसेस में काम, मुझे लगता है इसका 3 स्टेक होल्डर हैं। पहला स्टेक होल्डर ऑफ कोर्स डेवलपमेंट है, जो इंजीनियर्स हैं। सेकंड स्टेक होल्डर क्लिनिशियंस हैं। थर्ड स्टेक होल्डर है जो रादर साइलेंट रहता है, वो इंडस्ट्री है। किसी भी मतलब my experience in this particular domain for last 3 years, what I have observed is अगर इंडस्ट्री वेंचर का स्टेक होल्डर है और वो लीडिंग पोजीशन पर है, देन वो वेंचर या वो प्रोजेक्ट के सक्सेस होने के ज्यादा वो रहते हैं। तो दिस इज माय सबमिशन कि अगर हम ये 3 स्टेक होल्डर्स को लेकर चल रहे हैं, तो आपने भी कहा कि CEO बना दें या कोई पोजीशन दे, पर मुझे लगता है एटलीस्ट उनकी ना सुनी जाए, क्योंकि वो जो कहते हैं वो रेलेवेंट होता है, वो मार्केट रेडी टेक्नोलॉजी बनाने के लिए बहुत जरूरी होता है। क्योंकि होता ये है कि अगर मान लीजिए हम हमारे सोच से कोई चीज डेवलप भी कर लें, लेकिन उसको मार्केट पे ले जाने के लिए जो ट्रांसलेशन फ्रॉम अ POC प्रोटोटाइप टू इंजीनियरिंग डिवाइस वो रिक्वायर्ड है, वो अगेन हमारे सेटअप में पॉसिबल नहीं है। हम प्रोटोटाइप और फिर कमर्शलाइजेशन के लिए किसी इंडस्ट्री को ही देखते हैं। तो रादर देन जब हमें अल्टीमेटली उनके पास जाना है, तो हमें लगता है पहले दिन से उनकी सीखिए। तो दिस इज वन पॉइंट व्हिच आई वांट टू मेक। द सेकंड पॉइंट इज नीड आइडेंटिफिकेशन। यहाँ पर हम बात करें कि ओके वी वांट टू मेक न्यूअर डिवाइसेस, और बट मुझे लगता है कि नीड आइडेंटिफिकेशन अगर टॉप डाउन अप्रोच से हो, व्हाट वी आर इंपोर्टिंग, जो हमारा इंपोर्ट साइज है, जो हमारा डिवाइस है, जैसे अमिताभ ने कहा और कोविड में सबने देखा कि मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ ने एक वेंटिलेटर की स्पेसिफिकेशन ड्रॉ कर दी और सबको कहा कि जो ये स्पेसिफिकेशन को मीट कर सकता है उनका वेंटिलेटर विल बी मार्केट रेडी और मार्केट एक्सेप्टेड वेंटिलेटर, क्योंकि उस टाइम पे वेंटिलेटर की जरूरत है। इसी तरीके से मेडिकल डिवाइस पे क्या जरूरत है कि एक वेल ड्रिवन डाटा है। इसके लिए ऐसा जरूरी नहीं है कि हमें हर एक इंडिविजुअल से पूछे कि ओके कितने नंबर ऑफ हियरिंग एड्स चाहिए, बिकॉज एक अवेलेबल डेटा है कि ओके इतने नंबर ऑफ हियरिंग एड्स चाहिए, इतने नंबर ऑफ स्टंट चाहिए। तो एक जो नीड एस्पेक्ट है वो टॉप डाउन अप्रोच से होना चाहिए, रादर देन कि हम इंडिविजुअल, अभी होता वैसे ऐसा ही है कि हम इंडिविजुअल को कहते हैं कि आप सही, आप क्या करें। तो दिस इज सेकंड पॉइंट। The third point is scaling up and translation. Most of the prototype or POC got stuck in the process of scaling up. As the regime is changing of the DST or the MDR 2017 or like getting your product regulated, you are very correct, sir. We need a batch that should be uniform, get tested. जब हम POC और PO prototype कर रहे होते हैं, we just try to make one device in the lab or one second device to be going to the clinical trial. But we need at least 5 similar devices. So scaling up is one aspect. But again, very important stakeholder can be CDSO. Okay, I understand Medtech is there, but this should all the CDSO should also be part of this. And CSIO, just like CSIO is well doing the R&D of medical devices. We have my subjective partner who are present in the to understand the development. And any role DST is appropriate for R&D will be helpful.
I just want to comment on one small point here. Thank you for all the points that you raised. Point now, where you say that there will be a central facility where all the parameters are given and then you make a device. So if it's an import substitution where you are decreasing the cost of a device, then that is relevant. But if it's a real innovation, then I don't think that is relevant. So from uska, the way to go about doing that is look at the end user experience. So from the end user experience, from the operation theater or the outpatient clinic, or from the labs, whatever is the end user experience, and then you take it back into your device development experience. It is much better because these are completely different aspects. One is, decreasing the cost of a device which is already existing and making something which is totally disruptive and unique. That's the first point. So, उसमें वो strategy नहीं चलेगी because
Try to if your question is complete.
दूसरा, when you are actually commercializing a product, unless you have that necessary experience or that institutional backing, most of the industry will only come in when the doctor says that this product is good and please take it down. That is a very important aspect which is actually lacking. This I've realized in my institute also, that when the doctor comes in and says that this is a good product, that there is a need for it, and I will take it across, it will be done. So my also request is that when you start making a product, at that point, if you have a doctor into the thing, it really makes a huge difference. And the industry will also immediately understand, yeah, if this doctor is saying it, this is worth it.
Fine. Sir, thank you for both the points. You are very correct. I'll start with the second point. By developing any biomedical technology requires input from clinicians or doctors. Without them, the device what we have developed will not say about the efficacy of the device. So ultimately, the doctor has to be there. So मैंने जब शुरू किया था, तो I said there are 3 stakeholders for this particular. So अगर हम ratio wise divide करें, तो what I feel is the industry component should be higher, participation wise, also and their input wise, and then the doctors and the engineers are has equal role to play.
दिया, फिर आपको सडनली पता चला कि ये बड़ा बन गया. अब आपने एक पर्टिकुलर साइज पे स्टैंडर्डाइज कर दिया. वो एक टेस्ट ट्यूब में आप एक टेस्ट कर रहे हैं, वो स्टैंडर्डाइज्ड है, 97% स्पेसिफिसिटी सेंसिटिविटी आ रहा है. आईसीएमआर को बोल दिया, लेकिन जो हुआ है वो कहते हैं इसको टेस्ट ट्यूब छोटा करो. अब अगर आपने टेस्ट ट्यूब छोटा कर दिया तो वो सारी उसकी सेंसिटिविटी स्पेसिफिसिटी खत्म हो गई. दैट विल टेक यू अनदर 3 years टू एस्टैब्लिश. तो क्या होगा कि अगर आप पहले वो क्लिनिकल एस्पेक्ट भी थोड़ा सा देख लें, तो उससे आपको बहुत इजी हो जाता है फिर डिवाइस बनाना, एंड इंडस्ट्री को भी थोड़ा एक्सेप्टेबल हो जाता है.
मुझे लगता है और जो शायद अपना करेंगे, हमने एक बायोमेडिकल में सर के साथ काम किया है, तो मैं सर से सुनना चाहूँगा आपकी बात. शायद मेरे को लगता है मेरे से अच्छा बेहतर तरीके से बता पाए. जो एक और जो आपने बात करी थी ना कि हम इम्पोर्ट सब्स्टिट्यूशन पर काम कर रहे हैं या हम नोवेल्टी पे, मुझे लगता है 2 एस्पेक्ट हो सकते हैं. इसकी रिक्वायरमेंट क्या है, इस पर काम किया जा सकता है. मैं ये कहूँगा कि अगेन हम कोई चीज़ अगर इनोवेट करते हैं, उसका मार्केट क्रिएट करना एक चैलेंजिंग जॉब है, जो शायद इंडस्ट्री को भी उतना ज़्यादा हेल्प नहीं करता. बिकॉज आई हैव एक्सपीरियंस कि जहाँ पे इंडस्ट्री कहती है सर जो मार्केट में अवेलेबल स्पेसिफिकेशंस है उसको मीट कर लेते हैं, विल बी एबल टू सेल इट इन अ बेटर. So this is one. But of course, innovation should be a part of it.
Can I add one point? Excuse me.
Innovation, yes, very good. But innovation route is very long. I mean, if we want to establish medical device, establish to be self-sufficient in medical devices. Innovation is good, but there should be some ratio of innovation and indigenous. So, in 2022, I think, was a list published by Department of expenditure, which were exempted for GT processes. And this contain 370 medical equipment. So it means these equipments are being imported in a lot of number and have very good market in India. So if we, I mean, this takes interest. If we prioritize those 370 which are according to disease burden or according to the import volume of import, if we prioritize these, and I will get Dr. Nilesh to talk about. And innovation is basically being child of innovation. And it has, sometimes it has clinicians involvement, but there are a few clinicians. And, it doesn't mean it is all the clinicians are taker of that. So when we go for commercialization, then industry has faced this. If we innovate a disruptive technology, I mean, I'm not against of the disruptive technology, but there should be, I mean, point is that there should be some ratio that should take.
So I have probably a lot of experience on this aspect, and I have a different take on it. When you focus, there are two types of technology that you can develop. One is some superficial tech, which will be established fast. And the second is deep tech, which will take you a long time to develop. Now, the problem with the advantage of deep tech is that once it is developed, it's very difficult to actually copy it in a very short time. So then it sustains itself. But the disadvantage of that is it takes a minimum of 10 years for it to be developed. Yeah, now the list has expanded into 600, sir, 2024. And I know that because I'm buying some of those items. The problem is those are very deep tech devices. There are many people who are making things like MRI, CT scan in India, but they will still take another 10 years to develop because वो magnet develop करना, फिर वो उसको accuracy develop करना, फिर वो accuracy establish करना, it will take a long time. इनको इसलिए उन्होंने लिस्ट में रखा है. But अगर खाली वही पे सब फोकस करने लगे तो क्या होगा कि कोई एक सेंस ऑफ अचीवमेंट ही नहीं आएगा बिकॉज क्या होगा कि वो तो चल रहा है वो पूरी लाइफ टाइम निकल गई आपको एक डिवाइस बनाए हमने डीप ब्रेन स्टिमुलेशन बनाया है अब इस साल मोस्ट लाइकली वो आ जाएगा लेकिन उसमें करीब करीब 15 साल 20 साल लग गए फॉर द वन लाइफ टाइम ऑफ एन साइंटिस्ट सो थोड़ा सा वी हैव टू मेंटेन दैट बैलेंस बिटवीन so वो खाली लिस्ट पे कंसंट्रेट नहीं कर सकते we have to take small things off.
There should be some ratio that should also focus on indigenization also.
Definitely when we will go out with the call, then definitely both these aspects will be taken care of. So we have that like in our mind and the list is a part of our DPR also.
More point I want. They say there is a virtual center. There, virtual center, in my point of view, actually, again the condition.
So we can't hear you. Can you be a little?
Yeah. So, my suggestion, my point of view is that virtual center database of researchers according to their expertise apart from the TDSU and DIS in that board, it should have a database and it should be published well where the innovator can know that yes they can get some consultancy from these expert group from this. This is one.
Yeah, this is given, but trust me, it is easier said than done. I run an incubator. I created a database of 150 mentors who are all IIT Kanpur alumni. Even then, getting right advice is not trivial.
we have seen that there are is a central portal for the facilities all over the countries, and everybody can use that. I mean, it is taking up, but people are coming from different areas, even not within the Chandigarh, from outside the Chandigarh also. CSIO, we have observed that it is giving the access to the people. So in the same way, I mean, not in the near future, but something for years, it may help.
Definitely.
Shall we hear from Chitkara University?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nitin Saluja from Chitkara University. So here, I just want to point out on certain things. One is certification and standardization. मुझे ये लगता है कि standardization और certification में बहुत I mean, it requires huge amount of money actually, and there is a least awareness about all this certification and standardization. So it's not just about organizing the workshops about certification. It's all about there should be a center which can just talk about certification and standardization and help handhold us for certification and standardizations. Then talking about the preclinical, so small animal testings are pretty fine, but when we talk about the large animal facilities, they are very limited one. Again, that's also are very austere perspectives actually. So there should be provision in DST fundings for carrying out both the tasks. I mean, there should not be any reluctance from DST to fund this particular perspective as well. This is our point actually.
Do we have Professor Srivastava from IIT Jodhpur?
Yeah. So I'll talk on behalf of AIMS Jodhpur also. My colleague Dr. Gupta is also sitting there. And I'll just take a minute to, this is a very unique experiment that we are doing with AIMS Jodhpur. So IIT Jodhpur and AIMS Jodhpur have together started this IIT AIMS J Medtech Center. And it's an academic center which has connected academic activity to entrepreneurship. It's been 4 years and we hire students which are from engineering background as well as from medical and dentistry also, so half an hour student. And as the need finding what the person before me talked about, so for need finding, these students make a group. So one medical, one engineering student, they will go to AIMS for 6 months to find a unique need. And they come back and talk to the IIT Jodhpur faculty. Then each student has one IIT Jodhpur faculty and one AIMS Jodhpur faculty as the guide. So what Professor Bihari said, that include the doctor right from the beginning. In our thing, the doctor is included. So the companies formed, the doctor is included, patent, papers, everything, doctor is equal part of the entire endeavor. And last 4 years, we have 8 registered company, of which 4 have raised more than 50 to 1 crore, 50 lakh to 1 crore. Actually, about a month back, the first batch student, he raised $100,000 from one of the US investors. And there are multiple patents which are in the pipeline. Our PhD students are also. So we have some experience learning and we have our unique, we figured out that if those things existed, we would flourish more. So one was that we felt that when we decide the problem, right at that time, we should also be aware of the regulatory aspects. Because then we know how many hoops we want to jump. And that students keep telling that we should be aware of the regulatory aspects right at the time of need finding. The second is we are also in the process of building a medtech device testing laboratory. And we are talking with the industry right in the beginning, even before we set it up, because we want to commercialize it right from the beginning. That and we are aware that industry, if we license it out, the technology to industry, that they have to get it tested and certified. The industry has to do that. So we want to do that. One of the things that we find lacunar is that not every institution has a startup policy. I feel that so for example, let's say we want to onboard a doctor, and if H doesn't have a startup policy going, then it makes a kind of a friction. So if there is a startup policy which DSC proposes for all national institutes, and that makes a template, so that it becomes very easy for everybody to adopt it, and those kind of small frictions don't happen. I think a lot of I really like the concept of
policy for doctors.
So let me start from three things. First of all, I've been to in Jodhpur. They have started a very new thing, and I mean Chitra. We are doing it for almost 40 years, where doctors, engineers, and scientists get together to make lots of medical devices. These are deep tech devices. This year we hope to translate a deep brain stimulator, a spinal cord stimulator. The Chitra shunt is already well known. The blood bag, then intrauterine contraceptive device, the heart valve second generation. We've implanted in 40 patients. We just did a cardiac transplant, which is now the patient went home. Just to, first of all, I come to the last point, which is doctors in the startup companies. This is not allowed by the government at the present moment. Doctors cannot be a part of it because there's a conflict of interest. And we are working on it. We actually have given a paper to the Secretary DST also. He said he's going to take it up in the center. So if doctors become a part of the startup policy, then it will really help. They become a part of the industry right from the beginning. That's a point, but we are working. The ICMR doctors and scientists are also not allowed to be a part of this. So that's the law right now. The second relates to having combined things. So in Chitra, for the first time, what we have done is there's a dual degree program in which DM and MCH is combined with a PhD program, and this is also approved by the National Board of Examinations. So according to that, a 5-year program can be given, and what you can download the instructions from there. We have now almost 10 students who are doing a 5-year course, which is a dual degree program in DM, MCH with PhD. So after they do their DM and MCH, 30% of the time can be clinical, and the rest of it can be on development of biomedical devices, or they can work on public health or on basic research, whatever they want to do. And 30% of the time, they can still do clinical work, and they'll be paid the salary of a senior resident. And 5-year PhD is allowed by if you are postdoctoral, this is allowed by the national board also. So that is the second point. And the third relates to specific testing and the testing center. So I have a word of caution there. First, you have to decide what devices you have to focus on. And based on what devices you have to focus on, you develop your testing center around that particular sub-variety of medical devices that you're making. Otherwise, it becomes too general and it will not get the accreditation which it actually needs. So first you have to decide, okay, we are going to specialize in these 4 particular products, and then our testing facility is based on that. And I think DST is also working in that area to just make several testing centers in major institutes of the country. But that is focused on the particular device which that institute is kind of has the strength on.
Thank you so much, Professor Bihari. Yes, I think I would raise one more point that I don't know how you accomplish in Chitra, but we would also love to have our medical students who come on board. So we would like to have them pay the same salary as JRs are being paid. Unfortunately, we do not have that system. We have raised it in AIMS Council. And getting MBBS students at a vegan fellowship is a very tough job. And we don't want to break the partnership of an engineer and a doctor. So MBBS student is integral part of our Medtech program, and attracting them, you have to really, hang upside down to get them on board. I think that's what, if there is a central policy or something like that, where the MBBS student is paid as a GR, as academic program.
It's not the senior resident, the post MS is paid senior residents. That is equal to what he was earning as a final year DM or MC student.
Okay. But what about the MBBS who does a PG program? Wouldn't that respond to JR salary?
he doesn't have the necessary background to.
Mr. Somjit Amrit, CEO of IIT Mandi, iHub and HCI Foundation.
For this invitation. I had, since Dr. Agarwal was mentioning yeah, my name is Somjit Amrit. I am the CEO of IIT Mandi's Technology Innovation Hub. So Dr. Agarwal was mentioning about trying to look framework and suggest some changes. One of the points which we at the Technology Innovation Hub work on is we are into translation research. We would like to take the research from the lab to the industry. And that is a primary goal of ours. So when we look at TRL levels, we have a corresponding mirror activity of TRL, that is business readiness level. While we have been proposing that and we have developed an application to work on a business readiness level hand in hand with the technology readiness level, I'm not seeing the acceptance of that in these kind of seminars and workshops. The advantage of a PRL level is as you move on the technology side, you have to look at the business side of the problem statement. For example, we are talking about PRL level 4, which is actually technology validated at the lab environment level. The corresponding PRL level is trying to find out the revenue model, trying to find out the competitive product which are existing in the market, trying to do a comparative estimate and try to see whether the product, if it is scaled, how it can be priced. I was hearing the various other delegates who were mentioning about how do we scale the price. If we cannot do that early enough, then I think these kind of problems of not going beyond will remain and we will not be able to address. So my earnest request is, as we look at the PRL levels, we have to also embrace the PRL level, that is business readiness level. We have a tool at IIT Mandi iHub, which we have put it on the iOS and Android portals where anyone can access it and then try to understand at what level of the project or the prototype the product is, both at the TRL level and PRL level. So I would, if anyone is interested, I can show it to you on the App Store where how we have launched it and kindly use it. So that will be an excellent tool for you to assess it yourself through a self-assessment mode before we go to the industry or go to anybody else. Thank you.
One question I have for all the doctors is, how many doctors are here in this group? Yeah, I have a question, sir. When you are actually assessing a product for its usability, an Indian product versus a foreign product with side, doesn't it often happen that when a product is very cheap, although it is a very good product, many of the doctors will not actually take it forwards? That's a big issue because, if you make it very economical, then it becomes a problem for its. Yeah, sir, please.
Responding to this question, it is not the price cutoff that changes. The price is linked to the fact that the robustness, reliability, longevity, safety, and all these things probably have been compromised to achieve that low price. So the package itself is what determines the usability or other. It is not that all physicians, as you know, sir, are interested only in the imported product. But an imported product which comes from a house or an institution which has a track record has some inbuilt markers of quality, safety, longevity. On the other hand, we have similar products which are made within the country which are doing very well. Dr. PJ Singh is here. I think his products are probably dominating the world market now. So it's not just the price point which makes the difference, but it is the whole tool which is around that.
In this activity, apart from this business readiness level, we will be looking at manufacturability also. So if somebody is developing a technology and industry is not ready for manufacturability process of that product, so that also has to be kept in our long-term goals. Immediately, we cannot take it out.
Dr. Mamta Juneja from UIEP.
Good morning, all. Myself, Mamta Juneja, professor in computer science engineering. I'm working in the area of artificial intelligence, and Mamta Juneja from Punjab. So, ma'am, I'm working in the area of artificial intelligence, working on the early stage diagnosis of the cancer. I had been able to do it for the prostate cancer, renal lesions, thereafter lung cancer, brain tumor. We have also been able to make the AI-based solution for the early stage diagnosis of the glaucoma. Right now, we are doing it the diabetic retinopathy. And what we are struggling, like you have mentioned the domain of the AI, but AI needs lot of data. So you should keep one, thing as the data set center. That should be the part of it. Because let us say yesterday we had made one architecture for the diabetic retinopathy. It has been well published. But now we went to the PGIMER doctor and the government hospital 32. So we asked for we want to have tested it on you, on your patients. So they are looking for the ethical approval. And the ethical approval will take 6 months. So just to get our AI-based solution to be tested, we'll have to wait for 6 months. So that takes a long time. You could have one database. And normally, how do we perform the AI testing? We do it on the open source data sets. Kaggle is there, Picture is there, many more are there, but they do not have Indian population. I have the ICMR project as well as the SERB DST where we have claimed trials on the diverse Indian population. But from where to get the data for the Indian population? And
So don't have prior collaboration with these hospitals.
we have the collaboration with the PGIMER, we have the collaboration with the government hospitals.
When you have submitted the project, only then we ask for ethical clearance.
Yeah, but it is ma'am so long process to get the data set, then they give it in the 50-50 number. Yesterday we are also working on ma'am cranial reconstruction, skull reconstruction with the UK University, Nottingham Trent University. So we had made wherever in the complete skull you have some defects, we can reconstruct with the AI-based solution. And normally it takes, let us say, with the traditional software, it takes 2 hours, but with our AI-based solution, it will hardly be taking 2 seconds. But now we need to test it. So we approached PGIMER and they gave us 55. So, getting 50 files, after such a long process. So, it's little disappointment for us. We need to have the data in 10,000, 20,000 files. And moreover, we need, ma'am, data set from the diverse population, not only from the North India, we need it from the South India, from the various parts. So that is, and one more part, ma'am, I would like to add. We did not, include anywhere medical dashboards. If we have the 5G devices deployed all over the India, so we can get the data being collected from those devices and we can show it on the dashboards. What will happen, like you want to see the tendency of any disease, in particular state.
From not all in state.
Okay, but ma'am,
For that we see not trying to put the distance end for the whole. Our focus is primarily on that chain where we are looking up to animal trials, preclinical data, preclinical testing and validation, how to convert that prototype into a product or engineered product, so which is actually to convince the industry to take it forward. So that is the whole idea.
But ma'am, don't you require engineers to make some predictive model, some trend analysis for that? So that is, we are expert to that. We have
but the surveillance, the kind of request you are making hospital data, so that is not in the domain of DS.
Just answer what you. First of all, when you're taking retrospective data, it might not be, a very good artificial intelligence. What you need to do is to first define what parameters you want, make it prospective, and everybody fills in that data absolutely perfectly. Then your AI modeling will be very good. That's the first thing. So I would request you to focus on prospective models rather than on retrospective models, where people don't really know what they had to record and they've recorded something, and you interpret something out of it which will actually vitiate your model. That's the first point. The second important thing is, there is this huge issue of confidentiality. Like, for example, if you just they say there are so many people in this room and just open up the medical data of every single individual of the room, it's a huge confidentiality issue, right? Nobody will accept it. In fact, according to law, if there is a radiological imaging, even without names, that also you now cannot take without consent. That's the law now, although people are completely misusing it. But that is the law right now. So the way out of it is have a co-PI who doesn't give you the data, but who looks at every parameter that you want him or her to look at in that particular hospital. He has complete access to that. You don't have access to that, but the parameters and the analysis will be with you, but the data will not be with you. That is not possible to get because it is very difficult to get that. That's the way out of it. And this is what you actually need to do. And I tell you, this is only going to get worse. This is because soon what is going to happen is if a senior resident clicks on a particular software, some patient's data, if the patient has said that this should not be revealed, and if the person clicks on it, it will immediately go to the director's office and they will just give you. Because if you go to the US and if you work in one of the hospitals in the US, if you click on a data and it is prohibited data, immediately a call comes, why do you need this data? You understand? So it's only going to get worse. So the way forward is to have a co-PI who has access to the data, who takes relevant ethical permissions from his or her own institute, and then works with you on a prospective basis, rather than getting retrospective data, which is usually made by senior residents first year who have no idea on what they are actually writing there.
INST, Mohali. INST.
Hello. Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Dr. Asif Khan Shanawaz. I'm a scientist here. So we are a 10-year-old institute. We are, of course, we are covering science and technology related aspects of R&D. We are developing several technologies. We are also trying to make our own incubator. We are facing difficulties there. So all those things apart, we are very novice in this particular room to discuss anything in advance. But some of my friends rightly pointed out in case of nanotechnology. Dr. Vinay was mentioning about how that can be taken as one of the thematics that has been put out. So especially I want to bring to, of course, all these devices comes under solid state fabrication. But in case of biopharmaceutics or related fields, even though we are talking about drug delivery as one of the aspects, there are colloidal particles which are considered as devices. So will they be also considered under this theme is a question. So yeah, so because that we are trying to face hurdles in how to translate those so-called devices as well, because that is what in the clinical trials in several other countries they are called as. For example, nanotransducers with nanoparticles. So they are actually called, devices. So that was one of the things, but yeah. And
you can share that with us.
Yeah.
If not,
Yeah.
we discuss it with the relevant people.
Yeah, it would be great. And second thing is, of course, Professor, I forgot his name, IIT Roorkee say. So he mentioned about how the COE structure is important, and I was wondering if who will be the stakeholders in the administration, whether the participating institutes will have some representations, and whether that can be the senior level ones who are like directors who will be able to take much more lead, because we are very young institutes and
To devote for this kind
I
of
know.
activity.
I know, ma'am, I know.
Combination of senior people from
Yeah.
the who can have some time and are committed for the activity.
Yeah. And of course, he rightly mentioned about even Professor Vandapati, I was saying that it has to be transparent. That was also a question. I think most of those were already asked and answered. Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes.
No, no, no. Cannot be involved in the research. So there will be OPI will handle the center of excellence. That happens. That's what happens. There are about 4-5 co-PIs who are focused on that to enter the center, handle the center of excellence. But the director signs on the utilization certificate. So he's
So true. So true. So true. Committee.
Has very senior people. This is for whether ICMR, TBT, DST.
Virtual sector.
Virtual sector.
No, ma'am, I'm talking about the regional centers. Yeah, because let's say we have 10 institutes in a particular region and one of them might take the interest, the lead.
The center of excellence. So whichever area is your strength, so you apply for the center of excellence. A couple of the PIs will get it. This is a project. This is a project mode. So the PI is responsible for every other thing, but the utilization certificate has to be signed by your director.
So the co-PIs will be from the participating
Yes.
institutes. Okay, okay, perfect.
It will be hub and spoke model. So COPI will be
Okay.
from the participating.
Okay, ma'am. I thought it would be a regional DST center where, okay, all right, thanks.
Project mode open to the.
It will not be a regional center. This will be on all these activities will be done in the project mode. We are not establishing any permanent center.
Yeah. Since we are talking about this Center for Excellence, I'm Professor Tiwari from Punjab University. As mentioned that this is going to be in a project mode. It's a scheme floated by DST. Scheme means like it has a shelf life of like 3 years or 5 years. So Center of Excellence, whatever is being created with such a huge amount of money, they'll fund only for 3 years or 5 years. What will happen after that? My concern is most of the time, these centers of excellences, they cease to exist. So we need to lay emphasis on the financial sustenance of the Center of Excellence once the scheme is over by DST. So please, whenever you get a proposal from regional centers for setting up this hub, please make sure or ensure that what is their sustenance model, whether it is practical or not. 3 साल के बाद से medical technology, what we are saying is product will come after 7 years. 3 साल तो scheme का ही सिर्फ ये चीज है. So इसमें we got to be very serious कि after 3 years how this is going to be sustained. That's my concern. Thank you.
We have several centers of excellence which have been running beyond 5 years. Center of Excellence for Epilepsy, Movement Disorders, Heart Failure, many minimally invasive cardiovascular devices. So the model is that after 5 years, and it has developed to an extent, then usually the institute takes over. And the grant in aid of the institute provides for the center of excellence.
So here comes a point, whether it's a private sector institute or public sector. If it is a public sector, like in Punjab University, it will be very difficult to get the money. Like if it is a Chandigarh University or other universities, then things are a bit different.
There is an institute of national importance.
Sir, thank you very much. So I&I, so that's a different ballgame, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, and the other one word of caution about centers of excellence. When you actually go in for the center of excellence, you have to take care that the people recruited for the center of excellence, there is a provision to keep them beyond it. Because as soon as the center of excellence ceases, those posts cease to exist according to Government of India rules. So please make sure that when you apply for it, then there is a inbuilt model to incorporate them into the faculty of your own institute. Sri Chitra is like AIMS New Delhi and PGI Chandigarh, NIMHANS Bangalore, PGI Chandigarh and Chitra. So they're all institutes of national importance, not private there.
Now we will start having the views of the doctors. So Right, sir. So let us start with Dr. PJ Singh, owner of Tyler Orthotics and past chairman of CII Punjab.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. PJ Singh. First of all, congratulations on this conference. See, you've made industry very pivotal in the whole process of Medtech mission and innovation. I feel that industry has very different kind of minds. The first thing I would like to discuss on is that there was a lot of benefit that DSIR was giving to the industry if we had, a lot of capex going into the OPEX going into our research and development. That has been stopped. And how the industry works is a typical carrot and a stick model, incentive and disincentive. So I would rather propose that first of all, there should be a lot of benefit of DSIR put in place. Number two, that like CSR, which is mandatory to the industry, there should be a mandate that industry has to spend 1 or 2% on research and development. And that might be, after a certain threshold of profit or revenue. And that money can be used in the industry academia partnership program. So the whole thing gets, binded together once this is in place. That's the first point. And then Dr. Bandyopadhyay talked a lot about how India is importing a lot of medtech devices. So I believe is that why do we import? I'm talking on behalf of the industry. First of all, most of the raw materials, sometimes we import. Most of the machinery that we process that raw material on is again imported. And then the thought comes, why not just import the medtech device also? So that is how, we have to have a complete process flow of things, that how our medtech devices actually come into being, gets commercialized. We only talk one part of it, a lot of, clinical trials and a lot of ideas getting converted into a prototype. But I see beyond that, why do we import a lot? Similarly, on the, and Professor Nilesh from CSI, I'm just seconding what he said, that there should be a national mission on medtech devices, which means there should be a list for first 5 years. What do we focus on? So if that list is provided, and that list initially can be focused on import substitution rather than real research, or maybe a partial on research, but eventually after every 5 years, that national mission list can be changed to more innovation, more novelty driven kind of thing. So that's my second point, because unless we are making everything in India, which is already there in the world, thereafter we can think of, innovating beyond what the world is making. So that is my second point. The third I would like to mention is that we talked of, product standards. So product standards in India for medtech devices are really bad. So the other day I was talking to Mr. Piyush Goyal. So we set up a meeting with the BIS chief. So what we found is now the committee is there for the last 3-4 months. They are working on this. But then the problem is either the standards are good, nor they are made mandatory when the government itself buys the medtech devices. So there is no sacrosanct behavior of the government itself. Why don't they buy a product which is certified by BIS or the standards which are made? And the worst buying is being done by the government itself. So standards have to be put in place if you want to really develop the medtech field. And we were also talking of, yes, Professor Bandyopadhyay, we were talking of that everything cannot be done by the center of excellence. Because obviously the paucity of resources and all. I feel that why can't we have a chosen set of industry which should be registered, which should sign up an agreement with the government for prototyping, for adoption of startups, and for scaling up. So this is how, rather than putting everything onto, multiple center of excellence where the coordination itself will be a big issue, we should actually have industries who already have all the different domains of, the product manufacturing and development in one single roof. It will be very easy if we just bring in industry. The problem is we do not have trust on the industry. We feel that they would not work the way, but no, the times have changed. The industry is well evolved. We can work with the government. We can work with the institutions. We can work with the policy mission of the government. So I believe that rather than center of excellence, try this also. You'll get some good industry. So I have so many points to talk about, but yes, they are mostly the solutions to what the problems have been posed by various people. But then I think a lot of people here who should be talking. So no, it's okay. See, my point is that we have seen that a lot of government grants and funds, they actually are taken and go into getting, some kind of patent. But then how many of these patents actually are commercializable? How many of these patents, they have an industry partner already in place? So the point is that we spend a lot of good money of the nation into all these patents, but then maintenance of a patent and granting of a patent, they are very, very expensive if there is no return on investment. So the ROI word is missing here. So that is the whole issue that I wanted to bring. Second is, every time we set a mission, what we lack is the typical industry kind of a thinking process that there should always be a business plan. There should always be a deliverable. There should always be an incentive if we deliver more. At the national level, I'm talking of whoever is the top guy or the team who's responsible for such mission. And there should be disincentive if the mission does not succeed in delivering the thing. So this is how we make ourselves accountable in terms of what we do and what we spend on. Again, I don't want to go beyond certain things because we think very differently. And whatever industry does, wherever a single penny goes, we make sure that the 90% of all the projects are successful. That is how we work. And there is a way to work. And that is the method I think we should come together to kind of share with each other. I have very good experience with Shri Chitra. We work with them. Who knows how they work. I think this is one of the models that we can actually adopt all over wherever such centers of excellence are being made. Thank you. Anyway.
Thank you very much.
I just wanted to address a few points, sir. Actually, people are not aware that National Physical Laboratories, Delhi, is higher than any other accreditation center of India. And basically, they give the policies which every accreditation center right now adopts. And actually, about 4 days ago, I was at NPL. And I talked to the director there, and what they have decided to is to every 6 months give standards for a few products, for medical device products. Like right now, they will give it for tubings, plastic like tubings, like what we use for drip sets and all that. For syringes, they will give, and for 1 or 2 simple products. So every 6 months, they will bring out a bulletin and for these products. That's the first thing. And I would request you to also talk to them in case you want some products to be included at 6 monthly intervals. That's the one. I'll give you their telephone number. That's the first thing. The problem about chosen industry for startup promotions, there's a big problem there. So the problem there is, sir, that the startups don't want to join don't want to collaborate with the industry. They want to have their own independent, entity. They don't want to actually take help from other private partners. That's become a big issue. Like for almost 2 consecutive years, our Sascan startup company had been just the best startup company of India. But the problem is they don't want to join up with another industry. They want to have their own independent, even if it requires a little struggle.
1 minute. To that point, I would answer that what the data says. If the startup is adopted early by an industry, the success rate is 90%, that they will survive. Otherwise, it is 10%. So this is a huge difference if the early adoption of industry is there.
I agree. But from a top-down approach, that is the correct one. But from their perspective, they say they have worked so hard, we will give it a go. The third point relates to deliverables within a short span of time. Are you a medical doctor, sir? No, what happens?
Pharmacology.
Also pharmacology. What happens is that as a medical doctor, I would also think like that. Okay, a deliverable in a span of time. That's how I would enforce. But when you talk to academia, scientists, and engineers, their way of working is a little different. I think people will agree on that. That for them, they think that creativity, and if you put very short deliverable times, it actually hampers their creativity. There is a little bit of that's a problem. I've been.
I think we have to find out a balanced approach here. So that balance has to be maintained. And regarding the participation, so we want hearty participation from the industry in this endeavor. And the first meeting was held with IMED only. So we started writing this mission with after consulting industry only. Then we are reaching out to other stakeholders. So we want industry to be an integral part of this mission.
Have a different experience. So we also tried proposing it to industry. So for example, in our program, within 6 months, the student comes up with a problem statement, very relevant, and the doctor and the faculty is on board. And then we propose that in the next 1.5 years, this idea can be taken to prototyping, which usually we get to prototype. And we thought that you industry right at that moment, and we say, okay, you invest 9 lakhs, and you put one of your scientists as a research committee member, right? So every few months, the student and faculty and the industry scientists meet and take stock of the progress of and the industry can pull it towards the productization. As soon as the prototype is formed, there should be a registration of a startup, and industry can own 2% of that, right? And then industry can also have the first right of refusal of more funding. So let's say if industry is still interested, and let's say 30 lakhs or 50 lakhs more is needed, so typically the startup will write a big grant, buy that big grant. Rather than that, they can ask the industry, and industry can put more, and then they can own more percentage. So let's say 7% more. But so I talked to GE Healthcare, Samsung, and some other companies. It's not that easy. So I'm just coming from the other perspective. We still have that thing going on. We also believe completely that getting industry on board right from the very beginning is a win-win situation. So at the end of the partnership, if you like the idea, you can absorb it's completely between the startup and the industry. They can absorb the startup, or they can buy out the idea, or they can hire the student, right? So all things are going to be, but it's not easy for us also to onboard industry on this idea.
React to that. Go to GEs and Samsungs of the world, maybe they do not accept your ideas, maybe they are far ahead of your idea already, insights. But let's talk of a mid-sized company where they're actually yearning for some kind of such idea coming to them. And well, they cannot be very small also. They should have an R&D center within the company first, right? So the size really matters a lot when you have such collaboration for success. So it has to be done with equals. Not sorry, I'm using that word, but a too small partner will not help you. A too big partner will not help you. But our experience with these programs have been super successful.
So we could create some sort of a platform where this kind of partnership could be hatched. Right?
So this is the whole idea. We are trying to do that.
Like we are putting a lot of responsibility on AIMED, that they will also have to play a very important role in this whole ecosystem. In the virtual center, onboarding several industry players. So your idea of letting industry do the prototyping for certain products is a brilliant one, but so far I have not had the success. My experience is very similar to my colleague from IIT Jodhpur. So I would love to work with those industries who will come forward. Like, sure, I will get in touch with you.
So, I mean, of the contest, So we are going to revamp our program on assistive devices also. So I will get back to you on that.
Ma'am, there are two inputs. Sorry if I'm jumping in. There are two inputs. One is PSA has a portal named Manthan, which has a particular thing on which COEs can be established. One possibility is, and there are a lot of industries on that particular portal. Second is, sir, there is a portal named as Aspire, which is run by Ministry of Heavy Industries. Right now, it is running at International Center for Automotive Excellence, ICAT at Manesar. Aspire portal also bridges all those particular possibilities, industry, academia, experts, national players, international players, all of those particular things. So if everybody is there on same portal on Medtech, that is really going to add value. So maybe you can think about including those elements.
AIMED is an umbrella association of Indian manufacturers of medical devices. Now, may I request Mr. Rakesh Bhatia from AIMED?
Namaskar ji. Thank you DST for this very thoughtfully putting this workshop. So it's a key time when you very well mentioned we initiated a discussion and it was a very short time this has happened. So that's first of all very much like appreciable. And this is the fourth one. This is the fourth one. Okay, great. Yeah. So the thing is like, the forum of course is very inclusive. That's very important thing. All like, key stakeholders are being consulted. And whatever is coming out of these deliberations, I think that's very much in line with the requirement of today and the vision for tomorrow. Because we can talk about big things and we just Atmanirbharta. But again, as Dr. Bandyopadhyay mentioned in the very beginning, the demand, of course, the data can be obviously fetched, like how much is the import dependency. Those are all commercially like openly available in the web. But the thing is, the feedback when it comes directly from the industry, so it becomes the responsibility of the feedback provider. So you are technically involving them by consulting and by giving them a responsibility that be responsible for what you want to suggest. Just giving a suggestion will not be enough. If you want somebody to work on a particular thought, demand, then that's a very important thing to foresee the success of a project, right? And then from DST point of view, because innovation research is of course a demand, which is the future. But the existing load of import dependency, when we say number is like 67 or 68,000 crores of rupees, which is the import of medical devices. So we can devise a mechanism wherein these type of projects have like some percentage allocated for like to develop import dependent. But it becomes overall the project becomes like ROI. You can have something in that thing. The aptly put by Dr. Singh. Company has a in-house R&D, so they actually have a concept of research and development. So these are two different things. In the first deliberation, Dr. Bihari has mentioned very aptly because we connect research with development. So we have to have like awareness. The people who are talking about R&D, they should very clearly understand what is research and what is development. This is another thing which we should be like considered and work. And otherwise, like from industry association, our members, like we spread the messages, whatever comes from the public portals, we try to spread it across because more the information reaches to the stakeholders, the more outcomes are. That's where we are.
Mr. Tarlochan Dev from Labak, Asia.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tarlochan. Is it audible? Okay. Tarlochan Dev, Managing Director, Labat Asia Private Limited from Mohali. In fact, it is a good initiative that DST has taken, and I congratulate you all. And most of the points have already been put forward by our expert, Dr. P.J. Singh. In fact, the same thing, there would been, like I will like to second Dr. Neelesh and Dr. Team from Jodhpur, that they have been discussing that IIT-J and AIIMS-J and where the industry was missing. And they've been discussions that they were from CSA, like the industry and the engineers were together, but the doctor team was missing. So I think from the industry point of view, if it is from the beginning, if all the teams, all the stakeholders, like the industry, medical experts, like the users, I mean, and the engineers who are there, who are the developers, if they are together, the success rate will be very, very high, number one. And second thing, the Medtech Mission, if we can divide it into two parts. One is that the already proven technologies all over the world, and second is the novelty. And already proven technology, let's say we are still dependent, 80% of the products are imported into India. So we have only like, we catering to about 20%, even less than 20%. So if we have to reverse the trend, let us say from 20 to 80 or 80 to 20, I think the P.J. Singh has already in fact said, so if we can divide it into two parts, like one, the proven technology, and the second is the novelties. And the proven technology, we take the best of the products, pick them up, pick their specifications, try to equate. So normally when I talk, I normally say imitate, equate, and innovate. So first step, let us say we try to copy them. Okay, though this word is not very good, but then I would normally say that. That is what we normally practice because I run a small company. So imitate means we try to copy them. In trying to do that, we reach almost 80 to 90% up to near to the best of the available products. And that is most of that can cater to about 80% of the requirements of the medical fraternity. Okay, the best of the specification may be required in the very leading institute, so that can still be imported. So that means we are catering to 80% of the market. Second step would be equate. So we try to equate and compete exactly with the international markets, international specifications. And third would be the innovation. So this, if we divide it into these phases and take this approach, with that we can reverse the trend from 80-20 to 20-80. So this is another suggestion. And to make them, now the next point is how to make the regional center of excellence sustainable. I think if we can involve the industry right from the beginning, and industry can have some sort of collaborative R&D centers within the COEs, and then in the end, if it is like Dr. Bihari has already said that in the end it is taken over by the National Institutes of Importance, but then there are only very few of that kind of institutes. So if we're talking about the regional institutes, in that case, I think if the industry is involved right from the beginning, and they can probably, I am not very expert on that, but I'm just thinking of maybe wild thinking, maybe industry can take it over from. So this is another thing. Fourth thing which we are lacking and missing, like I run a small industry, once again I'm telling you. So we have faced a lot of challenges. But then at the same time, the academic institutes research institutes have a lot of infrastructure available, which we don't have access to. Like Dr. Anita Agarwal has said that it should be or it has to be given. But then normally what I say, we feel that we don't have that access. So if that access can be easily made available, number one. Number two, if that can be made available even on the holidays, because there's a big gap between the working days of industry and the government institutes. So that is another area. And Sri Chitra has already started a very good program. I would appreciate that dual degree program. Normally, what we find the difficulty is that let's say today we talk about the unemployment. People say there are no jobs, but the industry says there are no right people available. So that means what? There's a gap. So we don't have the industry-ready products coming out from the engineering college. Okay, IITs, yes, they are exceptions, but everyone, a smaller industries cannot afford the IITs. So we have to have more industry-ready human resources. So that means the curriculum at the engineering colleges level itself, we need to work on that. So that is another area where we can work, and that can maybe translate into good future medtech can lead to some future medtech products coming out from the industry and from the ecosystem if we have that kind of ready pool of human resources.
So I would like to respond to this question.
If I can have just one or 2 points. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think I am mostly done. Yeah. One more thing. Mechanism to evaluate the technology transfer pricing. That also is another area, and the legal aspects. Because the smaller industries normally have are missing that kind of expertise, and that also comes in as a hurdle between getting into technology transfers. Thank you very much.
Hello. Yeah, I would like to respond to this point. So first of all, as members of IIT, we always believe in having as much short walls around us as possible. Tall towers and short walls are basically our philosophy or mantra, whatever you like to say. So essentially, we at IIT Mandi, we reach out to the colleges outside IIT Mandi at various capacities, which involves both in classroom as well as hands-on training of both college teachers, college students, and even school students. So for the last 2 years, we have opened a Center for Continuing Education, CCE, at IIT Mandi, which with the
I think please focus on Center of Excellence. This manpower capacity building department of pharma has recently approved a full-fledged program, so which will be focusing solely on the medtech sector. So that will be not the prime focus of this initiative. So that as a byproduct, whatever human resource will be trained as a part of project, that's a separate story. But we don't intend to have any educational program under this umbrella.
No, but we are already having in place in case he needs support. We are there to help him out.
That's true, but one thing in the longer run, I think that is needed.
Yeah, sure. Department of Pharma has already approved this. They have got the approval for the scheme. I think they are launching it very soon.
Can I ask a question? I think none of the women have spoken so far, so maybe I should take the lead. Hi, I'm Manisha. I work in the area of AI technologies in cancer care. So first of all, excellent insights.
You're from which place?
So I ran a startup. I was called here by IIT Mandi. I got my first fund from them. So technically I represent them today. But yeah, I work in the area of AI and cancer care, as I mentioned. So first of all, excellent inputs from the panel, especially the doctor bit. I think all of us who are working in the field of either devices or AI ML solutions will really greatly benefit by at least 4 to 5 PIs or co-PIs, who can help us validate our solution. A couple of suggestions and questions too. Is DST also going to be only focusing on medtech and hardware devices like BIRAC does, where a lot of support is available if you're building on, hardware devices versus what is available on software? And if that the question to that answer is yes, please focus on AI ML solutions as well. Because,
I think one of the centers, we have kept it as one of the indicative areas, AI, ML and I.
Okay, all right. Thank you. So I think that's a welcome step because these are solutions which are much easier to scale versus, hardware solutions which take forever.
I personally feel, as pointed out by many of the speakers and in previous workshops also, data is a big problem. So scaling up of this solution is more of a challenge.
Ma'am, data is available. You can. Yeah, data is available if you look for it the right way. We also use publicly available data sets. We also use some proprietary data, and we've been able to build out a solution. So I think there are ways to work around things, but I think that's a longer debate. So the second question is there a timeline really for these centers of excellence that you're proposing?
No, at the moment, timeline, what do you mean by timeline? Duration of the center?
Yeah, I mean, when does the first one come up?
So we are still in the consultative mode. So once we plan to complete this exercise by the end of October.
Okay.
So then we will submit the report to Secretary DST, and then if he desires, we will go out for interministerial consultation. And I think it will take another maybe 2 to 3 months more to
Okay.
we come out with a call.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. The second is, you mentioned the list of hospitals which has been funded by ICMR. Can we also look at, similar list by DST where the hospitals have been funded and, we can actually validate the solutions, both hardware as well as software? Because I think that's something where, a lot of support is needed. So that's a suggestion.
No, I didn't understand. Please, can you just clarify on what the point is? I didn't understand.
The point is, sir, ICMR had designated few hospitals to do the clinical trials. So the devices or the solutions that they select, so they give money to those hospitals to do the trials. So she's asking, are we also planning to have similar kind? Are we also going to recognize some hospitals who will be doing these trial parts?
But those hospitals are not constant. It depends on the kind of device. So every time the centers change. In the multi-centric trial, the centers will change. If it's a heart valve, then only the cardiac centers will be. But if the urinary tract infection,
so, if you could identify problem statements like the gentleman from AIIMS Jodhpur was talking, across hospitals, and then maybe roll it out to, the incubators and then, startups from there. I think maybe that makes validation for all of us a lot easier.
people don't want to give out their ideas. They want to patent it. They don't want to really kind of make it public. You can't even publish it. Okay, before a patent registration, you can't even publish it. So that's why people are very reluctant to actually say, oh, this is one problem which we will. They want to actually own it. That's the problem.
That's fine. So maybe there's a mix and match that can be worked out since you are coming up with centers of excellence. So that's something that I wanted to bring up. Thank you so much.
I just want to respond to you, sir. 3 points I'd like to mention. One is the statement, one is the question. We talked about a team which includes doctors, industry, and engineers. In that team, we need 3 more people actually. This I realized. This is also a very specialized job. One is intellectual property cell. Without that, there is nothing. You do what you want. Without that IP cell expert, you cannot do anything. A doctor cannot do that.
Absolutely.
The second is a technology business division. So without somebody who knows about business, you can't translate anything. So you need a specific technology business division to work on it. And the third, was just mentioned, was the accreditation cell experts who can actually look at the expert.
In fact, I had included that into the industry only.
Yeah,
So,
no, but
absolutely.
when we're talking about technical institutions, this is a mandatory requirement, I think, in every institution now.
Yes.
Yeah, that's one. I have a question for all the industry people here, and this is something as a doctor I want to know. If you, supposing there is a common device, supposing there's a vascular stent, for example, maybe you're not specializing in it, but let's take that as an example. Or maybe let's take a prosthetic device, a simple prosthetic device. So there were 3 or 4 scientists or engineers making those prosthetic devices, and they're almost at the same translational readiness level. Then what is your criteria for choosing a product for translation? That has not come out actually. Yes, sir, please.
We have a very simple study which is conducted, which is the need base of the country. So that need defines. So we have a very simple formula that X price, Y quantity. So whatever.
The question is different, sir. Supposing 4 centers were making a similar product, almost the same product at almost the same translation level, then what is your criteria as industry?
The same product.
Yeah. So which one would you choose?
Same product, same.
Almost same translation level, maybe a little bit here and there. How would you choose? It's a very important question for all of us because we don't know how you make your decisions. So how do you determine that value? That you will not say. The price.
So many criteria. One, of course, is the price. Second is your past experience with this institute. That matters a lot to us. So I think it's a long list which cannot be, kind of put like this. So if you have been working with a particular scientist, you're so comfortable with it. Whatever, even if the readiness level is less, we want to work with him, right? But price is one other criteria. Second is, most of the institute draw this legal document, which is very, very complex. But some draw a very simple listing. Some institutes don't want to, kind of give rights for commercialization 100%, right? So whenever we sign, we say the rights of commercialization is 100% with Thailand, right? Exclusivity, yes. Well, they give, they say they say, okay, you mention our name as the key scientist. We are happy with that. Since we are paying upfront a lot of money to get that technology transfer, they agree. How I feel, and let's say they do not agree. A lifelong payment is generally not possible with the industry. So maybe more criteria, but these are some of them.
When we talk about lifelong payment, still the product is actually commercially viable. That's the lifelong aspect of it. I mean, then the commercial. When the product fails, then there is no royalty actually. And it's up to the level of its viability. That's what lifelong means in
what happens actually practically, that the product undergoes small changes every now and then. And the institute doesn't own that part. Industry owns that part. So we work a lot beyond what is actually given to us in the first instance. So that is where, that starts pinching if you have to pay it for lifelong. So there is, just because I was directly involved in that office, the topic. The academia's pain is, and I'm being very blunt, that no matter what the technology has been developed, the industry is typically willing to say that, okay, here is 5 lakh rupees, the technology is mine. And generally it is 5 to 10 lakh rupees and not more than that. Sometimes we are compelled to compare with the situations in the developed countries. There it is not like this. So I guess we need to know each other a little bit more, industry and academia, and come up with a solution that is win-win for both the sides. I understand your point that your post-investment is significantly high, so you would not prefer to pay lifelong, but your pre-investment is peanuts. That is also not going to support the academia. So how do we travel the middle ground? Have certain guidelines to how to kind of arrive at that value initially and then later on. Both industry and both the other academia side also. We both need to learn and adapt.
Mr. Anmol Bhardwaj, I have something mixed. Ma'am, actually in the document you have mentioned that we want to discuss what kind of center specialization should have. So I want to mention that in India we
use mic.
So we have class four class of it, class A, B, C, D, and every class has a very different specialization, technicality required. So my knowledge from there, because I'm working on in startup, we are developing this continuous glucose meter, which probably will go into class D device. But in Corona time, I worked with a company to develop India's first negative pressure ambulance in Faridabad and all. See, when I sat in this company for 20-25 days for this development, their requirement is very, very basic, and they're import heavy. Even the stretchers are getting imported from Italy because of somebody in India is not making that stretcher which is foldable, but it is just a 2-month job. So what I want to request or suggest
that probably these center of excellence can be divided into class of devices. Because if you say class A devices center, then the requirement is very different. Manufacturing requirement will be very different. When you go class D device, then I need microelectronics, I need micro manufacturing, I need a whole set of electronics to come into play to build those sensors. So probably we can think about those things. Second thing I want to request that maybe the model of this center, we can pick what model has been successful in India for such kind of centers which already place. For example, center of this nano fabrication center at IIT Bombay. I personally feel it is the most successful center because it is so transparent that the moment you give your thing to their help, you can track everything digitally. We being the digital.
That's so we are going to have that in it.
So my only request is the instrument should not become somebody's तिजोरी की चाबी के अंदर. This is killing the.
अगर किसी को तिजोरी देनी होती तो हम क्यों सारी इंडिया में घूम रहे होते अपना झोला उठाकर.
Yeah, please.
So
let's
reaching out to wide stakeholders because we don't want to create a tijori.
Thank you.
We want to create an open platform for everybody.
Thank you.
Mr. Anmol Bhardwaj from Walnut Medical System Limited.
Good afternoon, sir. Thanks for bringing us together on this platform. I'm very happy to be here. Very interesting to hear everyone. So I have 2 points to submit to your distinguished dignitaries from DST. We are opening COEs, right? So we would, as industry, want that a portal to be created where industry can put up the challenges. They can pose their challenges. They can define the specifications, the timeline, and the budget. They can also define the stake that can be provided to the people there on the COE who can be onboarded. Then DST can be a moderator in this. And in the finally, we can have a complete product out of COEs. It has to be a voluntary process, but please define KPIs for your COEs that they pick these projects. They develop these technologies or they work together in a timeline manner, in a constraint which is defined by a defined budget. So this is point one where we can have a common portal visible to all with the challenges and the COEs compete to pick the projects from the industry, not the other way around. The second point, all said and done, the devices are developed. We are ready with a new device novelty, or we are have a import substitutes. How about export? Like, is my device with a CDSO license capable enough to be exported to Africa? Can I go to Philippines? I'm not saying for Europe or for US where CE and FDA is required, but is it possible to make sure that in 2 years or 3 years time, our CDSO license is validated by countries which are neighboring to us, which needs those equipments? Ma'am, ghar banaya, ghar khaya nahi chalega. We have to think beyond that.
No, yeah, so these are policy recommendations which we can give it to government, but COEs don't have the bandwidth to address this kind of issues. But definitely these recommendations time and time can go to relevant department in the government.
So maybe you can have a export promotion council as part of your DIS, and maybe for those technologies which are developed, they can be taken forward. But with that, our CDSO license should be recognized. We are working towards making it a world-class standard in India. Let's say we should be very confident of our license that has to be accepted by countries. We are exporting UPI. Why not CDSO license?
Yeah, like Dr. Singh also earlier mentioned, and I have heard so many people from AI Mates say, the industry is saying that they give us the same standards and ask us for the same requirement as any of the international bodies. I do not know why our standard bodies are not paying attention to this. Like here, copy paste is not actually a bad thing. So I don't know, but that will be the recommendation.
We will definitely forward these recommendations to the relevant department, and we will try to have them on board. And this is a good idea to have a Export Promotion Council to be a part of this.
Question, I mean, I don't have the answer to this one. When you actually export a particular product, do you have to take an international patent for it?
Sorry. So what the thing is, I'll take an example of Philippines. Like if you want to export to Philippines, either you have US FDA, you can go direct, or you have to register with their own regulatory body in that country. If they have a handshake with the country, then they allow. If you don't have, then you have to go by the way of international standard, maybe CE or FDA. So every country accepts different ways.
So because in the developed countries, you have to have an international patent, which takes about 12 to 24 months to get. Yeah, yeah.
So there's no. See, if your technology is patented or product is patented, you want to definitely protect in any country that you want to go. So you have to have the local patent done, right, before you start exporting to that. But here we are talking of mostly non-patented products. Now, where there is a special process, like the DST registration here in India. So every country has a process to be followed. So most of these countries, they follow, if you have US FDA and CE, will allow you to export your goods to our country. But what I think Mr. Bhagwat is saying, I'm only saying that DST should be at par with CE and US FDA, so that we are registered here and we should be able to export to at least the emerging economy.
Let me add, I think, yes, you are right. It's basically the credibility of our auditing agencies. So once we have the license, but at the same time, when the auditing agencies are more stricter, our standards and the accreditation will be accepted by the other international agencies.
So that will also depend on the quality of our standard. There are two inputs on this one. One, medical device export. Can we have a handline? Device export promotion council is already. So from 1st of September, it provides housing
specific medical device export promotion council is already in place now, and this is one thing which will be taking care of the particular requirement for the export promotion. Secondly, Ministry of Commerce, they already signed a lot of mutual, this is free trade agreement, and there is one clause which is called mutual recognition of the corresponding standards or bodies like CDSU or IFED, our Indian standards. So these are very important points which are included in these free trade agreement, which happens on G2G level. So there are deliberate attempts and initiatives from as an association. IMED and other medical device associations are also there. So we jointly try to convey this message to the Ministry of Commerce. I met Secretary DST also. First time when I came with Mr. Rajiv Nath, our forum coordinator, we had this also as one of our points, because from a concerned ministry to the Commerce Ministry, will have more weightage to our request.
Mr. Dhruv Sabharwal from Dr. Sabharwal's.
Hello. Hi. I'm representing Dr. Sabharwal's wound care. Most of the points have been addressed by Dr. PJ Singh. We being a very small industry, we were thinking more about the royalty aspect, that upfront, if the upfront cost is less for the technology transfer, it's just a small suggestion that maybe some percentage, yes. Right, because then if the commercial viability is there for some device, then only it makes sense to go in for the long term.
There are many variants to it, like at IIT Kanpur have a specific model for MSME, where if the MSME can't pay at all, okay, then but willing to give equity, then we can work with that as well. So different educational institutes have different kinds of model, but as we just discussed, we are also evolving and trying to meet the expectations of the industry on their terms.
There is one important aspect to it, sir. Actually, I can tell you about this. If you don't give an upfront payment, as an industry to the scientist or engineer or the doctor who's making the product and who's evolved it up to the level of prototype, then the problem is by the time the product is commercialized, it will take another 10, 15 years. So he gets nothing to show for what he's done. Even a 5 lakh or a 10 lakh amount makes a huge difference to him. He doesn't get the money, but it is kind of, it gets credit for it. That's the reason why. That's why, that initial upfront thing, that's one. The second thing is that there is a commitment of the company to be continuously working after they have invested some money. Otherwise, what happens is, oh, it will come, he will just go away and nothing will come. So this has been our experience. So that is why we insist on a little capital grant before we go in for royalty.
Up to 5 lakhs is not an issue even for a small industry. But if the demand is much more than that, then
that depends on product to product. See, actually, how the grant is created is based on the initial input into it. Like, for example, if there's a deep tech device, then almost 20 years have gone into getting it to the process of commercialization level 7 to 9. So therefore, they want more. But if it is something very small, which is class A or class D device, then it will be like a lesser amount. So that depends on the type of device.
Dr. Virender from Solaris Lab.
Thanks, Dr. Ajay Sharma, for inviting us. We are from Solaris Lab, that is short for Solutions for Research Laboratories at Chika. Currently, we are just extending biological R&D services to various institutions and industries in molecular biology, microbiology, bioinformatics, and AI and machine learning. Mostly we are focused on plant science research, not in medical research. And my question is regarding that if we develop a device like CRISPR is a technology you might be knowing, all might be knowing. And we are working to develop a device for CRISPR-based diagnostic for identifying contamination in the plants which are imported. At the time of quarantine, we can detect easily using that device. We are working on that. What are the regulatory affairs for such devices, for plant system? And same regulations are applicable to devices, medical devices, which are working for in vitro system, not for in vivo. So this is my first question. Second is, can we design a formula to calculate the technology? This is my second.
That was a proposal made earlier anyway, that to have some kind of an expertise about valuation of technology and the process of tech transfer that in the gentleman from the industry mentioned. We will have to create that capability for sure. But I can tell you that in parallel, other activities are also happening. I am also part of some committee of NRDC. NRDC is actually creating such a center. So somehow we have to bring synergy with all the different initiatives that will solve many of the aspects that you talked about.
To answer your question, the first one relates more to biotechnology rather than medical device. So we don't kind of cover that.
Sir, actually, in plant system, what happens? There is no such issue of like testing on the animals. So I think it is very easy. Regulatory affairs should be.
Still, when you're making a spot diagnostic test, then there has to be one control with which you will compare it.
Yeah,
And
control.
So then you need a different set of tests for that.
Yes,
yes. It's not like plants.
Plant board, and there are, I think, 2-3 regulatory bodies which look into it. So here we are looking at medical devices particular.
Yeah. The second was related to whether there can be a common equation to that.
Yeah.
That's why you need a technology business, because what happens is one rate is quoted by the institute, one rate is quoted by the company, and there are negotiations for almost 3 to 4 months before a price is decided. Actually, so
sir,
it's very fluid.
It
And see, the problem is why does it have to be fluid? Because it is projected into the future, 10 years into the future.
Yeah.
And the royalty will go on increasing with every passing year as the product becomes more and more popular. So that has to be projected into the calculation that you do. So it cannot be like a single mathematical formula which can take care of that. You understand the problem? See, for example, if the device becomes popular and popular and popular, like a prosthetic device, so it has become popular and then it is becoming more popular, like Jaipur food, for example. So with every passing year, now 20 years down the line or 30 years down the line, it's one of the most popular products. So, all those things have to be factored in when you are actually deciding a negotiation. So only a single linear formula cannot work for it. It depends on the feeling of the person taking it and the feeling of the person who developed it.
Thank you, sir.
Now we will start with the views of
I think it's not on.
Cost of deciding POT has lot many factors, but it is also related to one of the questions raised by Professor Bandyopadhyay. That is very important question, that who will audit it? I mean, in CSIR setup, there are two sort of audits. One is financial and other is scientific audit. So scientific audit also sees that what is the return of investments. It is basically the return of investment that is deciding the DOT. So, I mean, it has to be seen in context of who will audit it. So,
I'll give you a practical example. So we have one startup company. So the shares were bought by us, which was some X amount. And now some company has come which is giving X plus 3, X into 3 amount. X into 3. Now the problem is, who decides whether it will escalate or it will go down? And if you buy it at this point and it escalates, the audit will say, why did you buy it at this point? When it has gone up to X into 10. So therefore, the only way you can actually do it is take it before a larger committee and a larger committee, like governing body, institute body, and then kind of, dissipate the responsibility. That's it.
I mean, this is a time period or something like that.
The audit will say 5 years. It will now become 1.5 crores and you just sold it at 60 lakhs.
No, but if you have a written policy which is approved by your governing board, after 3 years we will dispose it off. Whatever is the amount is.
Still, it is a case to be a
But in government audit is a big problem. So it's better to have policy. Whether you are earning or you are losing, that should be clear. But to have those policies, maybe to just stick to that.
Now we will start with the views of doctors. Now may I request Professor Joseph Matthew from PGI Chandigarh.
Thank you very much. My name is Joseph Matthew. I'm a pediatric pulmonologist at PGI, and I'm representing my institution officially. And also the biomedical instruments and devices are funded by DST, which has been in place for the last 5 or 6 years. Now, we have heard a lot about including the clinician, physician, doctor, and all that, which is very important. But there are 3 things which the healthcare professional can bring to the partnership even before anything starts. And the first and foremost we always ignore, and that is this technology required? And many often we don't look at that. We start with something which has been produced as a prototype, and then we move on from there. It looks like a silly question because what health technology is not required anymore? But the question is not whether a technology should be marketed or sold, but is it required in terms of the end user need? Second, if the need is established, what exactly is the need? For example, just today we have heard so many products, including heart valve, stent, so many different things. But what is the need? That component cannot be worked out by either the industry or the technology partner. It has to come from the end user, which is either the physician or the healthcare provider. Third is, for all technologies, we talk in terms of technical specifications, whereas the end user is interested in clinical specifications. So during COVID, why all those ventilators failed is because everybody focused on the technical specification. We have to move air at a certain pressure, certain rate, and all that. But that is not the clinical requirement. The clinical requirement is that a damaged lung has to be ventilated. So some kind of matchmaking is required between the clinical and the technical specification. Fourth observation is clinical testing is not the same as clinical validation. For products to enter into the market and to be able to be used by the end user, it's not enough to have clinical testing. Several colleagues today talked of clinical testing. We make a prototype, we take it to our colleague, he tests it on a few subjects. That is okay for proof of concept, but otherwise we need a robust clinical validation, which an institution like ours does at 6 levels. We can work with tissue samples, patient samples, we can work with small animals, we can work with live patients, cadaveric patients, and for life-saving devices, what is called terminally ill patients. And we have also invested in a clinical simulator so that some of the life-threatening devices can be tested on that. Now, coming to the points which were raised up over here, and these are only suggestions to the DST. This is an excellent initiative, no doubt, led by Dr. Anita and Dr. Praveen, and hemmed very nicely by Dr. Professor Bihari and Professor Bandyopadhyay. So the ingredients of success are already there. But we should also look at the ingredients for failure, because if we know that beforehand, then we will be much wiser. One of the important things is DST has funded tons of projects till now. Let's do a failure analysis of the 95% plus projects which have been funded for various kinds of medical devices but have not reached any success stage at all. And there will be important learnings from that to understand where it failed, why it failed, so that these new COEs which are established need not go the same route again. Second, the top brass at this Center of Excellence Committee should look at a failure tolerance level. So in previous DST iterations, I think the failure tolerance was about 95%. If you look at 1,000 funded projects, probably less than 50 have reached a stage in which theoretically commercially valid device is produced, leave alone clinical application. So that's about 5% tolerance of success. So that limit has to be set now. Otherwise, what will happen is somewhere during the line, a lot of money has gone, so many years of effort have gone in, nothing has come into the market. So most of the funded projects have not realized into anything in this. The third formula for failure, as I call it, is 2 things which will happen at the DST level. Funds will become an issue. Somewhere during, somebody will pull out some of the funds and say, I promised you 100, now there is no money, you manage with 25. And the second is focus might change. So the hubs which have been set up have experienced this. Suddenly the focus changed. So when our hub was started, we were supposed to actually, produce devices which have marketing potential. Now the focus is you also commercialize. So the focus has to be kept very, very clear. And the last formula for failure is, in this room, we are talking of things wherein our mind and our heart and our brain are working at Rolls-Royce engine level. Now this engine is going to be coupled to the wheels of a bullock cart, which is the finance division. The finance divisions in all government institutions are independent of everything. So, we might make plans here. We might say that you give the project by such and such a date. In 3 months, the money will be released. It will not happen. The recipient institutions, finance departments will not produce the UCSOE at time. So for a 3 to 5 year project, what will happen is a year and a half delay will happen before it starts. A year delay will happen when it is time to conclude. The actual working period will be only the middle one. So these are some of the things which we can consider, plug in and sort out. Then the way forward will be much easier for all the stakeholders. Thank you.
Now, having said that, sir, I just wanted to point out one point. When you look at all medical institutes of the country, about 3 years ago, people did not even have an inkling of medical devices. In 2 years' time, there has been a revolution in terms of the awareness, and I'm sure things are going to really change, evolve and change. I think this will happen.
Yes, sir. I would like to respond also. In fact, in 2016, when a medical institution proposed to the DST that we'll set up a medical devices hub, there was a lot of resistance, not from within the DST, but from everywhere else. How can clinicians who are very busy be in this field? But the point is, the end users are there. So we know from the experience of the first hub which was established why it did not reach the fruition level that we have. We also know from our own hub's experience why we have not reached the fruition. DST is invested in a third hub wherein the engineers and the healthcare partners and the industry are all under one vice chancellor. So hopefully they'll be more successful. But I think the key thing which has changed is now we're talking to each other. 6 or 8 years back when we said medical partners or healthcare professionals and technology partners will interact together, nobody understood the language of the other. Now those things are changing. DST itself insists you can't bring up a proposal till you have a healthcare partner, I'm talking about things beyond, for example, your institution under your leadership is likely to be the most successful. For the engineering side, care side, and it's under DST, not under the ministry. When things under the Ministry of Health, it goes through many more hoops and hurdles which are very difficult to manage.
There is one more point which needs to be actually streamlined. All the doctors want to be like AIMS. All the scientists want to be like ICMR, and all the engineers want to be like IIT. This is an administrative hurdle which a policy has to be decided. When you are making an amalgamation of engineering and everything, this is one important aspect which needs to be addressed.
I omitted. No, I omitted one important suggestion. When you make these COEs and you have the so-called healthcare professionals as partners, now healthcare has become so diversified that a specialist of one division really cannot comment on the specialization of something else. In engineering, there are still some commonality. For example, a person who's an electronics engineer may understand the mechatronics part of something. But somebody who's let's say, surgeon may not be very much comfortable with understanding the pediatric needs or a gynecology needs. So you might have to have a huge panel of healthcare experts to look at.
Making this use as such a company.
Next also we are
points are that can be.
Yes,
let me tell you something.
Again, within institutions.
Yeah, I have been running a Section 8 company. Okay. So long as the fund says it is GFR 17 fund, Section 8 or not, there is no flexibility. No flexibility.
If we can have some funding from industry side, so that part can be flexible.
Yeah.
So whatever.
That even within current situation we can do. Like I will not get into the detail, but Section 8 company receiving government money, emphasizing it is GFR 17 money, there is no benefit.
Now, Professor Bhara B. Patori from PJ Rohtak.
Good afternoon. So good afternoon. My name is Dr. Dhara and I am from PGMS Rohtak. We are not having very basic facilities in our institution where we can talk about these kind of things. But I just want to tell you like certain things like as you were talking about societal and behavioral issues. When I came to PGMS Rohtak in 2006, I came from Harvard. I did my PhD from AIMS New Delhi and then I went to Harvard Medical School. When I came back to PGMS Rohtak, there was absolutely nothing was there. And when I came there, then people said that, why did you join your life like that? And then I started struggling with the MBBS students. We started training the MBBS students. And at that time, we used to take these MBBS students to all these NCR premier laboratories like AIMS and this National Brain Research Center and this ICG, NI. Means we did not gain too much, but until now we have trained some 250 students like that. So I was just talking that means how we can sensitize these MBA students. So recently we started a intramural research scheme for our MBA students, not only for MBBS but also for PG students as well as for the faculty. But the MBBS students, but we have seen that there is very little interest. So last time we advertised some 40 positions and only 2 MBBS students came. Rest of them came from the paramedical and other physiotherapy and all other disciplines. But I mean to say that if you sensitize these students and like, so how we can incentivize these schemes, like if some MBA students want to work with us, besides the stipend they are getting, so can we give something so that they can work with us? So that is one point. And second thing is that, lack of basic facilities in the academic institution, like you have been saying that all engineering colleges should become IITs, all regional medical colleges should become like AIMS. So, I mean, in a diversified environment in India, it's very, very difficult. I mean, there are such very terrible challenges at the grassroots level, so it's very, very difficult. But still, it's our collective responsibility that we have to make all our institutions better than what they are today. So I mean to say that, at the regional level, they are very, very difficult, and especially we should sensitize the state governments because there are very, very lack of very basic facilities over there. For example, today if you go to PGMS Rohtak, 8 of the operating tables were not working. So there are not even gloves and there are not even syringes available there. So how can the doctors work? So the senior doctors are leaving the institutions, but nobody is worried. So I mean that as a national agency, you should also talk to the state government that they should do something. So Dr. V.M. Katoch, he started a initiative of making his multidisciplinary research laboratories in medical colleges. And that was the scheme that saved this country from the corona. Because if there would be not that infrastructure, then I think many more people might have died. Because that, investigative facilities he developed. So now there are some 80 multidisciplinary research laboratories. But the problem is that the access of these laboratories is not freely available for the people who want to work. So that is very important that the all national resources should be utilized to the optimum level so that all the scientists and they should be best made use of. And especially these, so as I am now, the next important point is that even if you get a grant, like I got 2 grants, but I could not utilize them, so I had to return back the grants. So that is the humiliation to the scientist. And then second thing that the purchase of the equipments, it's so difficult. And now after this jam has come, means whatever you get, it doesn't work at all. We established this Oxford Nanopore sequencing facility at our place, and means that was a donated equipment by USAID, but whatever. And for that we purchased a -20 deep freezer. So it's not even 1 year now; it's no more work. I mean to say that how to.
Problems, but we have invited you so that at least regionally also the message should go across. We are planning to have such kind of initiatives.
Yeah. So means so we need to this kind of workshop we should also organize at the regional level, it's good that we have good IITs, good aims, but most of the
Institutes are important too.
yeah.
Not only IIT and AIIMS.
Yeah, of course. And then most important thing I want to tell means with regard to this medtech thing, that can we have some means can DST give some grant for upgradation of the animal facilities? Because many of the animal facilities, many of the institutions are in a very bad shape. So they need to be, regenerated so that it's a workable environment over there. So these are some comments. Thank you very much.
So what is the ISO standard for maintaining of the animal facility? Are you following that?
Yeah, we are following, but that's very remote
That's a
kind
very
of
big issue today. Most of the institutes, big one also, are not following the ISO.
So if you go to any regional medical college, any small medical college, means you won't even like to work there.
So which is very primitive.
Yeah, they are very primitive. Yeah.
So let's not follow that. We should have the ISO standards which are very well made. That should be made mandatory for all animal facilities that we have across the country.
So Miss Government should look for some ways to fund these small animal facilities wherever they are in medical colleges, so that they come up and at least you can do some sort of even preliminary studies over there. Thank you very much.
So for animal facility thing, I was an animal coordinator when I was in North Carolina. So they have very good guidelines, IACUC and DLAM. Probably we can just use DLAM and IACUC guidelines and incorporate those to implement in university.
Dr. Ravi Kaushik from.
No, I just, sorry, one point, sir, I want two questions for you. Don't you think when you're taking students in at the MBBS level, there is a lot of pressure on them to actually do so many other things? And
Yeah.
they have no idea on what they are supposed
Yeah.
to do. PG level, when you took students at PG, so there was no interest at the PG level also.
No, at PG level, at PG level, because you have to give them thesis anyway, you have to give them the thesis. So they are doing their MD/MS thesis. So means even if they don't want, even if there is no interest, still means interest can be imbibed in them. But at the undergraduate level, it's very preliminary and
They have so much of work.
Yeah.
Very difficult. A lot of pressure. So that's why not that they're not interested. It's just that.
No, we are still working very hard that somehow we have to bring them to the research. Yeah.
Now, not as a scientist or a doctor or anything. But this there were nearly 400 annual maintenance contracts which were not actually honored.
Yeah.
And the heads were saying that this is not our work. See, I'll tell you, when this medical device thing comes and you are aware of these things, then if the medical education becomes very unidimensional.
Yes.
Nobody is focusing on other aspects of medical education which are equally important. Like, for example, many of my students come back after they have completed their MCH in neurosurgery. And I say, why have you come back? No, we don't want to talk with you. They will come and have tea with me, but then they will say, we want to go to sister in charge of the OT. I said, why do you want to go to sister in charge of OT? I mean, of course you can go and meet her, but you want to sit with her. Why do you want to sit with her? So we don't know how to sterilize our equipment.
Yeah, sir, I am just.
They can't even operate because they don't know how to sterilize, or they don't know what list has to be given.
Yeah.
To the
So actually, what they are doing, the students who are preparing for PG, most of the time they are house surgeons. We call them house surgeons, and they are paid very well. But only thing they do, they make the slips.
It's basically because they're only focused on passing an exam.
Yes, and the whole duration they have been preparing for their PGs.
So I think this might change things.
Yeah.
Of the
And also the competence level. So that competence level is very low. Even after passing the MBS exam, the student even don't know how to give a prick, how to take the blood pressure.
But if you would focus on annual maintenance contract, 10-year maintenance contract, and if a machine is not working, then I mean it's I think because of the people not focusing on the machines.
Actually, there is no mechanism how to deal with that. Administrative problems are there.
We can have Dr. Ravi Kaushik ji from MAMC.
Thank you so much, sir. I am Professor Ravi Kaushik from Maulana Azad Medical College, New Delhi. Seeing operations, it's really heartening to see the progress being made still here in laboratories, and I hope field also. So I'm a gerontologist and a professor of physiology in MAMC. I'm also heading one of the ethics committees. So I have worked with clinical research organizations, also a couple of them. So from doctors and medical institutions, what I would recommend definitely is that, because as Professor Matthews also was mentioning, that use case scenarios. So doctors are the best people who are the end users. So they should be involved from the very beginning. That is point number one, definitely. So that the technologies and the devices which actually needed to be weed out later, they should be done at early stages. That is very, very important. I would also recommend that there should be some sort of open source kind of a thing on the premises of, like, for example, there is one Shodh Ganga, if you're aware of it. So we can have some of the part of the intellectual, let us not call it intellectual property, but some of the common things which can be, put on the common platform. There can also be sort of a LinkedIn being created for the medical device or I would say medical or clinical research people, that may include the medical device companies, that may include researchers like us, that may include technology people like the people sitting here, and that may also include CROs, contract research organizations, which are actually helping the the medical device companies and also the technology and clinical research people to take on the baton for the commercialization. So that is one of the recommendations, definitely, and also government agencies. So right now we have an ambit of different agencies which are working on similar things. So what I would recommend here is that there can be a platform in which all these things, all these ministries, they may come together along with these players, and whatever technology stage a particular medical device or technology is, they can connect with researchers directly and have the process proceed further in that case. We can also have, I'm not sure how feasible is that, but we can also include some sensible social media influencers, because right now what we are basically looking at is just the tip of iceberg. We are basically focusing on few maybe INIs or maybe some premier institutions in the country, while a lot, like more than 80% of the engineering colleges as well as medical colleges and the standalone doctors who are very busy professionals, they are doing quality work, but they're not integrating and even thinking about medical devices. So that is definitely one more recommendation, that somehow they can be primed about what is being told or what is happening actually. So that definitely will lead to pockets of excellence being democratized to a more better level on ground. So again, one of the important thing which was clinical validation part of the COEs which are being envisioned. So for that, I would recommend that doctors and the researchers, medical researchers, they should be made part of the clinical validation team as well, because they're very, very important as far as the ideation part also is concerned. So right from the ideation, you need to have that component of clinical acumen and also clinical monitoring whenever the product goes in ahead in the technology state. So these are few of the things, few recommendations, and also the LinkedIn part, which I was basically talking of. We also need to have, as Dr. Bihari sir was telling, the intellectual property, business development people, all those agencies and companies and government agencies also should be part of it.
So, Dr. Anubhav.
Hello, good afternoon, sir. Myself, Dr. Anubhav Gupta from AIIMS Jodhpur. I'm a clinician, and we have a program with IIT Jodhpur, which has very been covered by Dr. Siddharth Srivastav sir. And we have also we had an honor that recently Dr. Bihari visited us and also praise us and give us their input to our director sir, Dr. Puri. So basically, I will just highlight the clinician's perspective. What do we feel and what we fear regarding about these programs, sir. So basically, as my colleague from MNC has rightly said, that keeping the pace with the rapid evolving technologies is very important. Because बहुत सारे जो clinicians हैं, they are very much busy with the clinical world. They are not very much oriented about these programs. So a sensitization should be made a part of it. Then about the integration with the existing symptoms is important, as implementing any innovation can be disruptive and is challenging. So because it deals with the direct the patient care. Then third point is about the data management and security, which is the major concern of any hospital, because as a clinician, I'm seeing the IT part of AIIMS Jodhpur. But truly speaking, the data management part, we are not knowledgeable, we are not so competent that we should handle it as a security, and there can be any breach to it. So it is very important, and it is our major concern regarding the data management and security, sir. Then fourth part is about the interoperable issues, that many medical devices and systems, they lack the shared data, and communication regarding the different platforms is lacking. As our senior colleague from PJ Rohtak was well said, that many equipments, existing equipments, this need to be shared, this needs to be integrated with any system. They have to be validated, they need to be standardized. But at present, many systems or the equipments which we are having in a government institution, though I am in a AIIMS, I am having the privilege, we are following all the maintenance contract, we have the AMC, CMC, and a well-designated platform. But I think many state colleges or regional centers might not be having these kind of facilities, sir. Moreover, the clinician validation part, that ensuring that new technologies are backed by the robust clinical evidence. कई बार होता है सर कि we receive, there are two parts, basically, the clinical testing and the validation. So these are, I think, our partners, which are the engineers or industry partners. I think they are more knowledgeable in the sense the clinical testing is different and validation is different. So when it comes to the clinical validation at our center as a clinical part, so we are worrisome, and we are very worrisome again because of the patient care, and we should be backed up by the government, because there are regulatory compliance which adds to the complexity of the editing or adoption of these processes. Then, sir, about the resistance to change, because some clinicians are very much hesitant to adopt any new technology or any new progress which comes to our facility, because of some ethical considerations which need to be decided by the competent authority and by the patient autonomy also, sir. So, and two major changes in the form of COE, the Center of Excellence, which DST is just planning. My point is to add a panel of different specialties, because as previously said by Dr. Matthew, that medical facility is not just like the engineering facility, with there is some overlap.
Okay, that point has already been covered. So if you want to add something more.
No, ma'am, that's
okay, fine. Thank you.
Dr. Amit Malhotra from NAIDS, Delhi.
Very good afternoon. I am Dr. Amit Malhotra from Maulana Azad Institute of Dental Sciences. So basically, we 1 year ago we established a hub called Dental Technology Innovation Hub, which is dedicated to create new dental technologies, and it has been supported by DST and ICMR. Hello. Yeah. So it has been supported by DST and ICMR. Basically, the dental industry is basically dentist field is a very device intensive field. So that was the idea in creation of this thing. So we are basically, if we go by industry, the volume of industry, it is.
So So with your learnings, you just suggest what should be incorporated in our this center of excellence or hubs that we have planned.
Okay, so ma'am, to start with, like the discussions which I heard, there are two things which I would like to point out. One,
because you have experience with both ICMR as well as DST.
Yes,
it's a jointly funded venture.
Yeah,
So similar model we want to adopt for our other centers also. So with your learnings and the model we have proposed, if you want to add something, so please.
yes. So one query was on this biomedical innovation and entrepreneurship policy. So there is already a policy which has been put forward by ICMR and it has been endorsed by MOHFW for the medical institute to incorporate. And second point was CDESCO basically needs to collaborate with other countries too. So there was a workshop attended, like I attended it in, I think, initial first week of October, where Dr. Asim Sahu from CDESCO, he said like they are getting into agreements with many countries regarding this. So then what I would like to know is specifically on international collaboration, what is basically the committee's take on industry?
Actually, nobody, I mean, in none of our meetings on international collaboration. So we wanted at least established institutes to throw some light on how these centers will be collaborating with international partners.
So we are.
This is the fifth meeting. So far, we have not got any input from any of the participants.
So we have a letter of intent for our hub to collaborate with Australian Dental Council and Boston University.
Should be the model of collaboration with, like if you want to go for international
So
collaboration.
So what is permissible is how we want to, like, what is permissible in these lines? Till now, there is nothing.
At present, I don't have any clear-cut answer.
So you can sign a general memorandum of understanding with an international agency, but that is subject to your ministry permission and the Ministry of External Affairs permission. So you belong to Ministry of Health, so you need ministry permission and Ministry of External Affairs. As soon as you get it, you can sign a general collaboration on the basis of which, under that umbrella, you can sign a specific MOU. That's the current state of knowledge.
Another.
And then you must FCRA guidelines have to be honored for getting any funding. That is very, very important.
If it's only knowledge sharing, I think we can.
Nothing. FCRA guidelines have to be absolutely mandatory. You have to report every FCRA thing, whether in cash or in kind. Foreign Regulation Act is very important.
So I just have a small question. Maybe my time was over with the engineer. So
one more thing
in the same lines, there's also a possibility of entering into a collaboration with University of Birmingham, and then the thing that is getting blocked is that we don't know what scheme to go for, because essentially again it involves development of medical device. Apart from the money we will ask for development, there are also themes like we are planning to have workshops of patents.
We are not talking about individual collaboration. We are talking about once we establish the center of excellence, how will they collaborate? What models are there in the institute to collaborate with international partners? So that is the specific question that we are asking. We are not asking for individual projects.
Yeah, there is no policy for medical device collaboration as of now, because there is this IP will become a big issue.
Yeah,
you understand? You can't do it because if you have a device here, you give an idea to them. They are not bound by your patent, national patent. Okay, so they can, independent of you, sign in their own country and say it is theirs. Please be careful about it.
Well, I will give you some input.
What about going for a PCR or?
See, like a CT, etc., those are like a property of one institute or the other, or jointly held. That does not resolve your financial aspect. So there will have to be another agreement back to back, which will say how the finances will be split. Like we have had a product developed in collaboration with MIT and we have commercialized it. and we have split proceeds. So it is actually, I do not really think that you need to invent anything, because what Professor Behari is saying is correct. FCRA norms kick in if and only if you receive the money. If the recipient entity independently gives IIT Mandi the royalty and independently sends MIT the royalty, I don't think that comes under FCRA norms. So actually the mechanisms exist. You just have to ask. But I just wanted to inform everybody that Maulana, like yours is MIDC, right?
Yes.
So they are one of the centers for advanced research under ICMR. Many of the medical devices are getting tested at your place.
Yes. Yeah.
So this is the process that ICMR has created. That if you have a device worthy of testing, animal testing or clinical testing, they have identified a few centers where you can go and get it done. Of course. Yeah.
So one more thing I wanted to ask: the app. There is any regulations for apps to follow?
Yeah. There is a specific category called software as medical device.
Which category? It's different from Class A, Class B.
I think so. I'm not a regulatory expert, but I think there is a distinct category called software as medical device. One of our devices are going through that trial, so I will know a little bit more after 6 more months.
And can non-academic doctors, private doctors, be a part of like medtech development in a project?
Now, can we have a representative from Luvas?
Hello, good afternoon to one and all. It's a very great platform where we have learned so many things. So, Dr. Joseph was discussing that is this technology required or not? First, the question first, is the requirement of a technology. So we can do one thing, we can do technology landscape analysis. So where we can identify where are the white space analysis, where this technology is required, whether it is in India or in the world. So where white space analysis, where there is no area where this technology is working, so we can identify that technology also. So recently we have, we are saying that import substitution. So recently we have received one project from DBT that is in collaboration with IIT Delhi. So indigenous device we are making into that field. So this was the same thing, the regulatory requirements, what are the intellectual property requirements. So we need to consider all those aspects in the project, like we are proposing the guidelines also. So the IP issues involved, the IP management part, that also needs to be considered in the draft proposal. This was my question.
So, can we have a representative from Government Medical College and Hospital, Sector 32, Chandigarh?
Just to answer your question, ma'am, it's not easy because you want to again protect your intellectual property. You don't want it to be shown to people till you get a patent on it. Otherwise, you don't get any credit for it. That's why it's like different from a publication. In a publication, you want everybody to see, but till you get the patent registered, you don't want. That's the point.
So basically, I'm a registered patent agent, so I know about the requirement, right? You are saying. So that's the technology landscape analysis. See, there are various databases are there in the on the web. So we can use that website like for considering those technology that have an import potential or the export potential. So while identifying those technology and the market size as well as the ROI, like return on asset, EBITDA margin, so we'll consider those aspects also while considering the projects. Right. That was.
Now I would request Dr. Dipinder Bakshi from Punjab State Council for Science and Technology to share her views.
not taking much of the time because I know Madam has to leave. So just three quick
Discussions can still continue on.
Yeah. So first of all, I would like to say that when we are talking of, the ecosystem, so you brought in brightly that a lot of ecosystem partners are going to be there. Since I come from Science and Technology Council and work with MAM, so we have IP center also, we have technology transfer, we have technology enabling center also. So these ecosystem enablers are actually going to make a lot of a difference. So whenever we're talking of any center of excellence, then partnership between all these partners is going to be very, very important. Maybe it is coming per se in one institution, or maybe it's a cluster of institutions who are putting in their proposal. One thing is that. The second thing is, of course, industry. We are working a lot with Mr. BJ Singh. So industry has a lot of role to play. When we are talking of the startup and the prototype, we always talk about the incubators, but we never talk about the accelerators. Accelerators are where the industry is. So maybe there can be a mandatory internship, not internship, but the incubation. It can be accelerator thing, where some of the prototype development stage can take place in the incubator where institution is, but where the industry has its, research and development lab, as well as their more infrastructure, where the scaling of the devices or the instruments or equipments can take place. So there has to be some partnership between the industry. The third is about the medical schools. We have heard a lot about that. So one quick example, because we work with BIRAC, in which under Jan Care Challenge, there were a lot of medical devices which were coming through and they represented it to the state government. So we took on board 2 or 3 of such winners of those innovation challenge. And with those, we tested, piloted it with our medical schools, that is AIMS Bathinda, we did it. And you won't believe there were technology which was actually appreciated at national level, cervical cancer. But when we did it, when AI came in and a lot of other technologies, it could not survive the patent, the patient database. So these things need to be, taken up along with the medical schools. That is a very, very must. Fourth thing I would also like to bring in, we also said about, we have a lot of infrastructure when we are talking of PHCs, CHCs, and we are talking of the local hospitals. So nobody is thinking about what innovative technologies are actually required at such resource deficient setting, which can make the life of a patient more thriving or more. So we also need to have some district level or state level certain nodes where all such technologies learning from the best practices. These are the low cost devices or interventions which can be demonstrated at one place and then they can be replicated in another. I don't think so this will require much of the, finances or something like that. So, and of course, we are talking of the active portal. This needs to come. We need to also have expression of interest from the industry who's actually ready to come on the board. Such R&D industry can be on board once the Government of India gives a call for the expression of interest. I think an active portal is going to be making a lot of a difference. So with this, I just sum about. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, your last point. There was a time when I used to encourage startups to develop technologies for PHC, CHC. Today, I actively discourage them. That's a sure shot formula for death. Because there, the procurement is only by the government. Startups ki bas ki baat nahi. So there only the state councils or the government bodies pitch in, because ma'am, you are aware about our successful model of PPH reduction. We are with the very low cost technologies, we could make a difference. It can differ from case to case, but we really need to look into those innovations also. You are absolutely right. What has to happen is, I do not know why it did not, the DPIIT norms for procurement, which allows the government, which actually mandates the government hospitals or agencies to procure if the product has a BIS certification, is not obligatory on the state governments. And being very politically correct, I have worked with a lot of companies and a lot of state governments. Procurement by state governments is very, very challenging. Like every company that tried that, they had to pivot.
Thank you.
Can I make 3 suggestions for you,
yeah,
which might be very useful for you? One is during their training to various peripheral training, which is mandatory for every medical education center. Just giving them an immersive experience with somebody who's already well versed with making medical devices will completely transform them. They will just waste their 3 months, just roam around in district hospitals without doing a thing. But if with Dr. Singh, for example, he goes with them and then they study the situation and come up with innovative ideas which will take them further is a very interesting point which can be done. The second important thing which actually needs to be done is, the expression of interest can be at the state level. Like, for example, when somebody has made a device, then it can be exhibited at your portal, which will give it a widespread coverage for any medical device. That is second, which you can easily do at your. The third point is completely lacking every state is the funding opportunities. Like at every stage, prototype development funding opportunities, then upscaling funding opportunities, testing funding opportunities, fast-scaling funding. The government has several of them, but they are never exhibited on the state website. I think these three things will completely revolutionize your.
Now I would request Engineer Ankush Gauri from All India Council for Technical Education to share his views on the subject.
Speaker presentation.
Mr. Adesh Singh ji, now you can present your.
So if possible, please show us the key slide and no, if possible, just focus on one or two key slides. You're making a presentation. Yeah, please. That suggestion has already been captured, and initially also this has been incorporated in the document. Yeah, right.
One small thing, stealing of idea. Talked about stealing of idea. There's one small thing. This is known as a non-disclosure agreement. So you don't give the idea, just give a general thing, and then make them sign legally the non-disclosure agreement. They can't steal your idea. They will not. Most people will not. But it's like very ethical. It's very clear. So they might some small change and most will not.
I'll tell you that if I say to startups as well as scientists, I am an active scientist as well. If your idea is so fragile that anybody can copy it, it is better not to have that idea.
Can I start? Yeah, sure. Okay. So, actually, thanks. I am feeling very lucky and blessed being here. Okay, because not only a very distinguished panel, but an equally distinguished and august audience. So, I am feeling actually lucky. And as I walked in, I got a call from one of the manufacturers saying we've got to talk. So, okay, talk in the evening. I'm going into a conference, right? Okay. So, what I'm going to show you is truly disruptive. That's you will understand. And it is impossible till just now and now possible. Okay, so Mercurial Research Technology is one of the companies that we make for our thing. And जो ये inventors होते हैं थोड़ी सी ना इनकी बात अलग होती है. They look at the world differently. Most of the time, owl vision. They can see at night. आप लोगों को नहीं नजर आएगा, हमें नजर आएगा. It's nothing. It's not intelligence. It's nothing at all. It's just a facility. You use that facility, you move forward. Nations that use the Ullugi facility, it moves forward. So that makes a difference. Okay, so the first national award for one of our patents, explosive blast force mitigation 2012. Second patent award for removal of particulate matter from engine exhaust 2014. Chalo, ho gaya, over and done with. Coming to the point. In car crashes, every year, year after year, we lose 1,50,000 people dead and 4 lakh injured. Despite seat belt, compulsory zone, all safety features. This is why there is something that is missing. And that missing happens to be exposed to people like us who use, who work on detonating explosives. We know what is happening. किस स्पीड पे क्या हो रहा है. सो ये सिंपल सी बात लेता हूं, एसयूवी है 1600 किलो 120 किलोमीटर पे चल रही है और 30.36 सेकंड में क्रैश खत्म हो जाता है. जो एनर्जी रिलीज होती है वो 0.87 मेगा जूल्स. अब ये 1 मेगा जूल क्या बला होती है? I'll just make it's known to everybody. If you take a 8 foot by 8 foot by 8 foot steel slab and drop it from 1 meter, that is 1 megajoule. तो ये 0.87 मेगाजूल में गाड़ी का क्वार्टर बन जाता है. No life is expected to survive this. Okay, but our product, which we have named Shiva Kavach. Okay, firstly, why does it happen? Why does it happen? Because despite seat belts and so on and so forth, इसमें जब टक्कर हुई, एनर्जी जो भागी वो सबसे पहले स्टील में भागी. At 1,200 meters per second. The energy that you hear coming from the air is 330 meters per second. So all your safety systems are too slow to act. अभी सीट बेल्ट को पता ही नहीं चला कि एक्सीडेंट हो गया. एनर्जी पैसेंजर के अंदर है. कितना चोट खाएगी, कितना जख्म देगी, वो उसकी क्रैश और उस नेचर से डिपेंड करता. बट स्पीड इज 1,200 meters per second. Okay. So now this shock wave is the cause of major injuries in blasts as well as in crashes. 60 किलोमीटर के गाड़ी पे तो क्रैश होता ही नहीं है. 60 किलो गली से बाहर निकलो 60 किलोमीटर पे होती है आपकी गाड़ी. 64 किलोमीटर पे सेफ्टी टेस्टिंग होती है. 5 सितारा गाड़ी चला रहे हो, it just means you're rich. That's all. That's all. और कोई मतलब नहीं है. वो 5 सितारा गाड़ी वाकई रहेगी कि नहीं उतने पे वो आगे पता चलेगा. Anyway, moving ahead. So what happens is that this is causing the severe damage and fatal injuries. और जो क्रम्पल जोन है अभी क्रम्पल होना शुरू ही नहीं हुआ, एनर्जी तो पैसेंजर के अंदर. So it's just too slow. So what is the basic? When a bomb goes off, okay, it is the shock wave that causes damage. Shock wave, among the doctors present here will know. Shock waves have a hunger. ये ढूंढती हैं interfaces. They look for air-gas interfaces, like in the lungs, in the intestines, or at sinuses. This shock wave is not related to anything else. It will go through blood, bone, tissue. उसको कोई कमी नहीं होगी. जहाँ इसको interface मिला वहाँ ये अपना what they call conduit does. But if you give it interfaces before it hits the vehicle, that thing is through. I'll speak to that. Okay. And so our product Shiva Kavach was tested at 47 megajoules, whereas this is 0.87 megajoules. And that is the test. 10 kilos of TNT, old condemned Tata 12 truck at a standoff of just 4 feet. Live rats, live sedated rats and rabbits were placed in this vehicle, and 10 kgs of TNT was detonated. Okay, why does we succeed? It's because of momentum transfer, but I'll come to that later. I'm going to skip this. Here it is. After the blast, the rats and rabbits that remained inside the truck were all coming out alive. Yes, otherwise I wouldn't touch it. और एथिकल क्लियरेंस की एक कहानी और आगे आएगी मैम, ये लाइव एनिमल्स, नहीं हो गया अभी देखो, एंड दीज एनिमल्स वर स्टडीड फॉर 27 days, कान के पर्दे भी नहीं फटे थे, 10 किलो TNT. Then they said, okay, चद्दर क्यों फटी गाड़ी की? So we did a test on 3 mm MS plates. Without protection, that MS plate flew 400 meters away. With protection, that Shivaka was there. It was just bent like a katori for maximum deflection of 6 centimeters. So I think this is getting repeated, or am I touching the wrong? Okay, this is why it happens, because we transfer momentum. We slow down the shock wave, we transfer the momentum. And now I'm going to take you, can somebody help me here? How do I come out of this here? Escape दबाना पड़ेगा? Okay. इसको भी काटते हैं. I'm going to take you into that very short 2-minute film that actually showed this. So this is that truck. Okay. And that is Shiva Kavach. First time it was loaded by the CRPF Jawans. So it was not loaded very properly. It will be above the, what do you call, chassis. And the windscreen around, and that is where the 10 kg was placed. There was no, this is your freshly killed goat, because it was not authorized to put a live goat. Your rats or your rabbits, or your 10 kilo TNT. इसकी detonator is pressing up, so you get the maximum hit, and it goes down there. So this is just as a landmine goes off, and that's your crash, your hit, and you can see it a little more times from different angles. So nothing survives this. No life survives a 10 kg blast at 4 feet. This is an extra slow motion where this floorboard was also gotten damage. And here you see the goat has flown and come out, and the window panes and the windshield is not damaged. Even the headlamp glasses are not damaged. And 10 kgs of TNT have gone up just a few meters away, buried in the ground, just flush with the ground. So this is the marvel of Shiva Kavach. And I'll take you just into the next. Here you have the live rabbits coming out. अपने anesthesia से बाहर आ गए. दो खरगोश थे. They came out alive. They were studied for 27 days. MRI, CT scan, blood test for stress and all. And after 27 days, the female rabbit conceived and gave birth to babies also. Perfectly okay. That is why we call this Shiva Kavach, because it drank the poison and consumed the poison of a 10 kg TNT. So at 47 megajoules, where we have succeeded, 0.8 megajoules is nothing. In fact, there are people who are thinking of using this even in aviation. It's particularly in helicopters. So chalo, ye baat to ho gaya. And that's the live rat coming out. All those are in-mass scientists. Okay, they were, and the goat. Sorry, I'll stop this here. Goat was, the postmortem was done at site by the in-mass scientists, and no blast damage associated was there. So otherwise, it's a total success. The funding for the crash test need to be done, which is like 5.25 crores in a year, 70% going for testing. Okay, that's it. I think I have gained enough goodwill, and thanks for listening to me.
Thank you, certainly have.
Thank you.
So from DST side, I thank all the participants in the institute, industry partners and clinicians who have come together today to discuss the framework of proposed Center of Excellence under the Medtech Mission. So each of your suggestions have been valuable. We have made a note of all those suggestions, and we will try to incorporate in the master document wherever it is possible. But I will further request you, when you go back, if you have some more ideas, please pen down your ideas and share with us. So we want to finalize these minutes within next 2 days. So within 3 days, before this weekend, whatever inputs we will be getting from you, we will try to incorporate it at the proper places wherever possible. And my special thanks to all the industry partners, the industry representatives who have come here and shared their candid thoughts with us. So definitely some of those thoughts are very valuable, and we will see, I mean, wherever possible, so at least in the Apex committee and other committees also, we will have a fair share and fair presence of the industry. We can assure you from our side. So after we finish all these consultation, one more consultation is left, then we will have a separate consultation. We'll go back to the industry again and ask for the commitment from their side. So that will be specifically with industry and startup, which will be final meeting, which will be held in the last week of October in Delhi. So there we will reach out to industry associations and industry, and then specifically we will ask what kind of input they are willing to offer in terms of financial commitment and in terms of technology partnership, in terms of sharing the facilities. So whatever they have to offer, so we will incorporate it as in the final document from their side. And so that is the submission timelines we have kept. And I really thank you from DST side for being with us and having a very pleasant discussion throughout and staying focused on what we wanted. Otherwise, many a times the discussions they get wayward and you don't get what exactly you want. So thank you very much. And I apologize for being late.
Yeah, thank you all. It was a great learning for all of us. And thank you to all the academicians, clinicians, and the industry partners, because you have hands-on experience and we look forward for that. And those who are already managing these kind of centers, the hub, the BDTT centers, their inputs are also very valuable. And we have some experience of supporting these kind of centers, but your inputs, certainly, as Dr. Anita said, will be very useful in conceiving this program and the mission, the Medtech Mission. Initially, I come from the startup and innovator and entrepreneurship background. In the department, I'm taking care of those programs. And initially, the discussions started going towards that dimension in incubation and all. But Dr. Anita was smart enough to drag it back and bring it to the Medtech Mission direct objectives. So thank you. It is a great learning, and sorry for being late in the morning and leaving early also, because we already have scheduled we have to leave. So, but these inputs are really going to help us in making this. Thank you to Dr. Bandyopadhyay, Dr. Sanjay ji, and they are already. I mean, So they are the key. The leads who are just making this program, and we are just trying to follow it, whatever inputs and whatever structure is being finalized. So thank you all, and let's see, we'll be having a good program in place, and we'll be able to implement it in the way you expect. Thank you.
So we also thank the organizing team from Punjab University and INSA, who is helping us with all these consecutive meetings. So thank you very much to one and all.
So all of you are most cordially invited for lunch, which is available outside. Your attention, please. In the month of November, on 23rd November, DST Technology Enabling Center, along with Punjab State Council for Science and Technology, are organizing Transfer of Technology Conference. So in this Transfer of Technology Conference, academicians and scientists, they would be given a stage time of 10 minutes to articulate their technology. So academicians are invited to participate in this conference, and also people from industry are also requested to please register for this conference. Details of this conference are in the kit that has been provided today, the conference kit.